in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 for
Hello, and welcome to the intro team tryouts. Here I am, joined by Lazy. Do you mind introducing yourself?
My name is Lazy, and today we're going to be having our first matchup between Team Blue and Team Orange. Team Blue on the attack and Team Orange on defense. The map will be a icebox, and we'll have the match starting up just now. I'll give the go ahead. So what do you think, how this is going to go? We're considering that blue team had a lot of complications during the process of starting the...
There has been a lot of difficulties with blue team. I'm pretty sure they've swapped their roster across 4 members. Let's swap to the game.
Exactly.
All right. So this is a very drastic change to blue team on the attacker side, actually. So
Yeah.
it's been really interesting to see how they managed to actually adjust.
It's really... Are they going to be prepared? Have they had enough practice? Are they comfortable with a lot of the changes that's happened to the team? And will they be able to really take all these changes and really make something out of it? And that will also be a good show of the type of players we're going to be seeing here.
Here you see a Viper.
So Viper, so that is going to be some map control. That's looking like they're hovering over a Sova, Phoenix. So they got Sage, which is very important on this map, as a lot of people know of the people creating that you can't really play B effectively without Sage.
It's looking like a single duelist comp on the attacker side, with the defenders going for a double duelist with Killjoy. It's interesting to see a Cypher on Icebox.
Yeah, that's not something you see quite a lot, to be honest. Both of them are adopting the double sentinel comp, but one of them has traded a duelist out for extra utility with Daisy Sova on the blue team.
No charges left.
Turret out.
So, right off the bat, the attacking team is deploying a Viper wall across mid, splitting that mid. Cypher is deployed as utility on the B side.
Cypher, he's got camera in the corner of A.
Kind of covering everything, so he's giving them a lot of flexibility with the rotates instead of resetting his utility. Got free pushing down mid. Reina picking up that information, falling back with that, but 4 of them rush down to get to top mid, and they do get it. Top mid control. But Sage walls them off, they pushing to A. Yeah.
Looking for A main to get the pick on A site. A site's clear, completely open for the attacker side.
Spike
actually managed to
down
get a pick
A.
on the planter.
With that, the pre-deployed volley on the default plant spot, and it is a 3v4 retake scenario for the defending team, and Soa does take another one out, and no one comes to trade him, so that's now 4v2. But 3 of the 4 is low HP, and Killjoy does take one of them out. So now it's a 2v3.
They don't know how low the defenders are at the moment.
Exactly.
Player standing.
And then the last one gets crossfired, which
Really unlucky for Sen,
yeah.
pulling out the knife.
So the attacking team has secured the first round, which gives them a strong economic advantage, which could possibly allow them to secure another round and even a round beyond that. And if they do secure that round beyond that, that will definitely damage the defending team's economy heavily and give them an advantage on many rounds beyond that.
So the defenders actually going for a B site defense hold, not knowing they're all pushing B main. Great, dashes up, gets the pick on the Reina. They all push on the site. Get the second. Omen is alone on site. Killjoy is rotating. Jet is trying to get to mid as soon as possible.
Spike planted.
Here.
Cypher does take another one. It's a 2v4 retake scenario once again, leaving 2 defenders with both of classics, which really is going to make this a difficult challenge, especially with 4 of their attacking team just holding from long, really just playing that post plant together. And they're all playing, peeking together. One more left and you get sprayed down through smoke by CN though.
One there after the attackers, as expected, on a horse by.
So what the attacking team is going to do now is they're going to bonus the weapons and try to take the weapons that the defending team is going to be pulling out from their first buy of the game to 0, which is not a big surprise, considering winning the pistol round does almost guarantee you another round if you do play it well and smart.
Actually been playing this very well with the utility, able to get any information to take out of it. So it immediately drones onto a site, clearing every single corner for his team. Not clearing the top.
The rain that's sitting on top of the screen does seek a pick from their Jet, and Jet gets another one on Untouchable, Untiltable, and gets another on Sage. Cypher comes in for the trade, but gets a lot of HP taken from him. And he's stuck alone, and Reyna gets him.
It's pushed off the defenders. Really well played. Only lose one player, so it's really good for their econ in the long run. Sackers will have a full buy round. Probably going for a B push, as that was a very simple take for them.
Yeah, but that was on eco. You have to consider that they do not know how strong their defense is while they're on equal grounding, and this is going to be the second round of the game where both teams are going to be in equal standing on utility and weapons.
Well, it's Viper Wall on mid, knowing that someone's going to be holding by toilet.
Toxin screen down. I have the spike.
Our Jet does get a pick on someone on A site. When they fall back of it, they're going to take that pick and then rotate on it, knowing that the defending team is rotating to really recover that pick. But what they don't know is that there is 3 people kind of lurking in that area that they have to deal with. But they're not showing much presence, which could deceive the attacking team. Sage takes a couple of shots, falls back as she gets pinged by Sova. And now the whole team's starting to rotate, and really it's now just a close one scenario.
Great pick,
Sage seeking the pick through the smoke, exactly.
Jet gets a pick as well. They're all trying to get as much control over it as possible.
San gets another one, Raz trades. That Killjoy is pushing in, taking those kills, and then Sage comes in and closes up the round.
Was that important? Gun here.
The defender's getting under the round, forcing the attacking team into a force buy. It's me interesting to see how they play this, knowing that the opponent's team has full buy.
The attacking team's actually deciding to go for a half buy. Looking at their economy, they still have 1.7, so they still, for next round, they still have a bit of economy for the following up round.
Get out of my way.
But they have to take those shares and try to make something happen, especially at a full buy defending team. So really, it's just what are they going to do with these shares, and what are they going to seek out of it? What worth are they going to get?
Until
Stan getting a pick. Yeah.
Toxins going up.
Knowing they can't push an A site against a strong Reyna and Jet, they are slowly leaning in towards B site.
Toxin screen down.
Gets spot by the Quick giving in to the defenders as they rotate fast from mid.
Killjoy does get the information, and she denies the plan, covering the default. Hydro taking out the planter, but gets traded out by Cypher, which is going to be quite big worth, especially for an attacking team low on economy.
Spike planted.
Then trying to spray through the boxes to get the Sova.
Tech's playing this very slow, knowing they have to play off their util, delay this push as much as possible. Not getting it down.
They do get one pick in the plant, which is still extra economy, which is what they were looking for through this round.
Was that important?
So it isn't all lost. This now takes it up to another round of buy on buy, but the defender's economy is going strong. 6k, 5k, and 3k, 3k, 6k, which is really huge for the defense, which can guarantee them an economy for another 1, maybe 2 rounds, even if they lose.
Looks like Perry's never mind. I was gonna say contemplating the operator buy, knowing he has enough money to do it, but they choose to not play for the operator here.
I think they're trying to play together, they don't want to take that risk of buying a big weapon.
Cypher trying to get any control over heaven. Carefully trying to get the peek. Sage gets picked off by the Reyna. We forced him offsite.
But they're playing together really well, the defending team. They're kind of waiting and they're playing together. And then Jet peeks, getting another pick on the opposing team's Jet. Cypher alone, low HP, and Jet gets him, coming at 2k from Jet. So now it's down to Viper on their own. She peeks Reyna and she gets her. Expect someone to peek Boiler, someone does, but Hydro that easily outduels him.
Nice
Having the information. Yeah.
Tigers still have enough econ to go from their force buy, but it seems that they're going for a half buy. Maybe? No. The Sage does end up forcing in the long run. Unsure what to do now after they struggle to take any site. Here we're going to a tactical pause.
Here.
There's no pauses.
Yeah. Bit of a misunderstanding.
Yeah, they're bad, it's alright.
Struggling for any site take. They rush to take B site as soon as possible.
Yeah, but the Killjoy turret does get the information the defending team needs, and they instantly rotate on it. Killjoy ulting, Reyna on flank, watching that rotate, and she doesn't see any. That's confirming the defending team that they are all on B, which allows them to just wrap around them and just play trades to victory. I see getting a pick on Viper. They do not push the trade. They have defending team has control of Spike, which is control that the attacking team does not.
One enemy remaining.
Reyna gets the flank and a free K for the defenders. Once again, struggling to get the spike down or get any control over site whatsoever.
So looking at the scoreboard here, you can see that all the players on the defending team are just reliable fraggers. They are all sitting on 7 kills, except from one player, but 4 of them they're all consistently fragging and winning those aim deals, which it's a good show of the skill disparity between the two teams. I'm not saying that one team's better than the other, but when you're consistently winning aim deals like that, it really does have something to say. And Ice-T getting a pick on Perry early on A side, which is going to be huge for the defending team, knowing that the attacking team is down a member. But there is a Sage ult which could recover from this. But Ice-T getting another for free because no one's there to trade him.
Toxins going up.
Attacking team is now in a very bad spot, stuck on mid alone, and Sen taking another. Mid. They're just picking them off alone. They're not making any efforts to trade. They're just one by one getting picked off by the defending team. They're getting really aggressive. Sage pushing down mid. Does not know where Cypher is. The Cypher people, they're making a lot of noise. Cypher has that information. But they all peek together, and Hydro pulling out his weapon last second, taking them out 1 HP, and the defenders get another round with the attacking team with 1 pick by Cieno.
Almost isn't really surprising, knowing that the attacking team did struggle to get a full roster.
For real. And that is the attacking team's disadvantage, blue team's disadvantage. And you can really, really see that with the playstyle they're adopting. They're not playing together Like, some cases they do, and that's when they rush. But you can see that they're easily getting picked off alone. They're getting found and taken out, which is really what's letting them down here. And they really need to just start picking things up, or they are going to lose the game.
Turret destroyed.
Killjoy's turret getting the information. Hydro playing next to the turret. She does get spotted by one of the players, so what is she going to do? But she does take out Viper.
Attacker's struggling to get the spike down. Once again, Razy gets the pick on the stage. In a 43.
Then just sitting there wall banging, making it difficult for them to get planted.
Oh my god.
One through the wall. That Killjoy is not making it easy for him to get a plant. I feel like they should just plant deeper and try to get deeper in the site. This has happened twice already during this game. Sen just wall banging them through that wall, denying that plant. And then once again, the scenario of them just getting picked off one by one. And it is really just apparent the team play that's happening on the attackers and the team play that's happening on the defender side.
Very sandwiched between all three players with only 30 seconds left to get the spike.
Jed's really just trying to play passive, trying to find a knock kill. But she's retreating, and she might end up retreating right into that other Jet holding with also an operator. And usually operator duels is the one holding the angle that secures the kill. Ice-T wrapping up the round with the op hold on P side.
Defenders proving themselves very strong on the defender side. The attackers not knowing what to do still. Struggling.
They are forced into another low eco round. They're again, like, the economy of the defending team is huge. The attacking team has to do something. They need to knock them down. They are losing a lot of rounds because of it. So they're deciding to opt for an A rush. No one playing heaven, but Ice-T does get the high value pick. No one able to trade because Jet's movement.
Perry gets the trade.
Perry does come into the trade, dashing in with the knife blade.
Viper ult down on A side. Putting a lot of pressure on the defenders here. He goes for the operator.
Playing the judges in Viper Smoke is a really good play by the attacking team, knowing that the judge does have an advantage in that smoke. The defense team's pushing along, but Sage pushes in alone, allowing Sova to get picked. Sova sees the Omen's coming, but he is not quick enough as the smoke dispars. Words.
Enemy remaining.
Strong attack round. Knowing that they're going to be playing for the Viper ult, so they choose to buy judges while they're in that hold.
I think that was a good play. Definitely playing in Viper Smoke with judges is a very, very good thing to do, as the judge does have an advantage, as it forces people to peek at a close range. And close ranges, we all know judges are insane at close range play. You really do not want to duel a judge at close range.
What more can they do when you only see you in front of you when you're playing in the Viper ult? Ooh.
So the attacking team is now opting for the first default we've seen so far with a full buy. And they're peeking, they see Reyna Pearson gets a pick and dismisses, denying the trade.
You will not kill my ally.
Sage outs, taking that Sova back into the game. So now there's 3 on mid, 2 on A, looking like altogether an A push. But there is 3 players in A, but they get to them, and 3 of them, 3 picks for the attacking team, just completely outplaying them with the positions. No one to really hold mid and stop that push.
Reyna gets on the pick.
Yeah.
Gets traded by the Sage.
Yeah. So we got now a 1v3 scenario. Sova getting that information for the team. They all know where she is. So really 3 people of information with 1 guy with little to no information. But she does get 1 pick on the Jet, playing the operator on top of screen. Drops over the wall, gets another. This could look like a round. She could clutch if she is quick enough.
It's looking a bit hard.
She's really hesitating. She's not gonna have the time to do this. She's running out of time, and Cypher just peaks with that information.
Tigers got one more round for themselves. We've got one round left
Last
for this
round
half.
before the switch.
Let's see who will take it. Seems we have development on the attacker side. Starting to learn how to play after each other.
It is looking really good, and you never know. These guys might be monsters on the defense, and we just have to wait and see. So what they're doing is they're opting for another default, as they saw it did work before. They got that information and they acted upon it. So they're going to try to do the same again, but they are leaning for a mid hold and trying to get map control on mid.
Solo holding mid, not using any smokes, gets picked off by Perry.
It is a 4v4 scenario, as the guy defaulting, the Cypher defaulting on A, peeks alone, gets taken out by Reyna. Reyna pushes in, gets the map control the defending team needs. They know no one's pushing A. They lean for that. Another one of those mid pushes. Those mid pushes are lethal. But Icy does get one, tries to seek the second, fails. Now it's a 2v3 with
Icy gets a right click.
Yeah, right click kill the ult.
So knowing there's one mid right now, just misses him. And the attackers get one more round for themselves. And that will
This
be
could be huge. If they have a strat down for
Switching
the defense, this could be huge. So now we have orange team on the attack, blue team on defense. We'll see how this goes. It's gonna be a pistol round. I'm excited to see how this is gonna go. Because it's either gonna be they are really gonna struggle on the defense, or they're gonna be monsters on the defense. We really have to see.
When you see the Cypher strategy going up on A side, it looks like he's tripwiring both entry points on the site.
So really, what I'm going to see is winning this pistol round will be huge for the game. If the attackers get it, that brings them out to 9-5, considering the buys in the round after. And if the defending team really gets this round, that'll definitely bring it down to an 8-7, which will be huge.
Sage rotates fast to A site, knowing there's only been any information given out on A site. Nothing towards mid, nothing towards B. Orange team actually backing off from A.
Yeah, they fake A. Trying to bait them into rotating A, and it does work. There's not much mid or B presence, but Sova does peek for the information, but sees nothing. Darts for the info and gets the info. They know it's a B push.
With the frenzy on mid.
You know, getting a pick on one of the attackers. On their Reyna, their entry duelist, getting taken out, but Sen does go find the trade. Hydro though, kind of playing.
They're waiting for his teammates to come back.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Sen gets another
It's
pick.
really a game of trades. Like all the trades going on. Sen just trading out all of his teammates, just putting in all that work.
Enemy
And
remaining.
gets
Great.
no man. There's gonna be an
Oh
ace and
my
ace and
goodness.
ace by Sen
Tech support again.
on the attack.
Team Orange.
Oh. That was an amazing positional play by Sen. That positioning for just to be ready for all those trades. And now it's coming up to an 8-5. Orange team looking really good for them, because they're going to force, and they could probably secure another round with that force, which will be definitely huge. And they could take it to 9-5.
Interesting to see the Vandal buy on round 2.
Yeah. But
Cypher getting early info, knowing the only site. The Killjoy turret does spot the flanker.
Out of sight.
They know one's behind them. They know they have the advantage. If they just push on the site, they do have the advantage. They know that there's one, and they do have a pick in their belt. Can only possibly be a maximum of 3, considering the information Orange has. They know where someone's playing. The gun dip allows Reyna to get that pick. Ice-T trading out the Reyna.
It's turned into a really fast 2v2 against an eco on a force buy.
You know, trying to bait them into peeking, trying to get them, but they peek together, one top and one on the left. That really messes them up, and that is another round secured by the attacking team.
That was a very good eco for the defense team, getting free guns from the attackers.
Exactly, and it's gonna be good. Now, this is really the attacking team is now gonna go for a bonus. They're gonna try bonus the weapons they already got, which does put them at disadvantage on the gunplay this round. But if they do secure the round, that completely destroys the defending team's economy, which could secure them the game.
Ooh, taking a lot of damage there. Not knowing where anyone is going, so the teams rotate past to B. Also hearing steps over on A site. Perry gets the pick on the Reyna.
They don't know the presence on A, but they do find... Viper does find the kill. Jet trying to push for that trade, but she gets a second and gets a third. Viper turning the game from a 4v4 to a 4v1. Well, 4v win.
4v win. An immense hold from the Viper.
It was a round expected, considering that the attacking team did have a weaker buy, considering they tried to bonus the weapons they already took from that force round beforehand. But now, again, it's gone down to the second equal battle between the two teams. It was the pistol round was the first, this is second. Now we'll see how it goes. They are leaning for a will be push. But they did not.
Very aggressive defense. Sino gets two.
Sino 2, yeah, bring them down to a 4v3, defending team at the advantage. But Sino plays it smart. He falls back, waiting for the team to rotate. They know they have an advantage. All it takes is them to trade their way to victory, and that's it.
Raze gets picked off, but Chris manages to trade him back.
Yeah.
Still an advantage in a 3v2.
Toxins going up.
Attacker's not sure what to do.
They're really trying to find a pick, but Viper is insane right now. And Sino getting a third. Viper and Sage really just destroying the attacking team that round. This is now going to force the attacking team into an eco round, and the defending team will have to play an anti-eco.
It's interesting to see how fast the game can really turn.
Exactly.
So far, the attacker's still in the lead by 2 rounds. We never know how the attackers choose to play this first. Eco against gun. Defense full buy.
So really, the defending team does get the information on the push by the attacking team. So that could allow them to rotate fast, and they do. Again, trades are just coming in, but that is a high value. The thing is, every death the defending team gets, that is all money lost, and that is the goal of the attacking team, to really destroy their economy as much as possible, and they're doing a good job of that, taking it down to a 3v3 despite the odds.
You will not kill my ally.
Razy tries to get in.
Trying to aggressively peek and gets taken out, and thrifty by the attacking team.
It's crazy.
You really see that sometimes ego does get the better of a team on a full buy. You know, they underestimate the power of some of the eco weapons in this game.
That's what I was saying. You never know what they will do with those sheriffs.
Exactly. So now it's taken down to another even grounding, but the defending team's economy is a lot more destroyed because of that round they lost against an eco of all things. The attacking team's really just going to take the initiative, push in. They're going the thunder step, given all the information in the world. Really just not taking anything. But the defending team does play that crossfire. Cypher with the judge. He's really holding his
barely
shots,
getting out.
trying to not give that information. but Reyna sees it. Jet gets another one. Kill on Viper. 5v3. They just wrapped up that round. You know, taking that down from a 5v5 to a 5v1 in seconds.
Oh my goodness.
Now they're just
Crazy.
the egos.
Gets 2. That's not enough for him to win that round.
So really now the defending team's now forced into a full eco, but some of them forcing and some of them really ecoing. It's a really mixed game, mixed table, really. But the attacking team has a strong economy now. They went from an eco, won a full buy round, and now their economy is going to be really strong, and the defending team has to make a lot of work to really knock them down. They're leaning towards a mid/B push, but there is 4 players to counter there, which is going to be really difficult if they do play. If the defending team plays this right, they could knock down that economy. And Perry does seek a pick, looking for a second. Doesn't see. He knows they have the information on them all being on mid, as Viper does have the map control on it, so they know they're all there. So Sova out, trying to get another pick. They do have the number advantage, but they are on the eco. Perry rotating the mid to support his team. That is 3 on 4 on 1 choke point. He pushes up, trying to get another one of his.
Race does get an eco deep in his mid, trying to get one before the rotate. Untiltable, all alone in the back row with a judge.
So really, the Viper ult has a lot of presence, but they rise right above it. They know what's going on. They know there's fishy play going on. They just go right above the Viper.
30 seconds left.
And they find the Sage. And they find the Viper as well. That was an amazing play by the attackers. That was a really good read. An amazing read by the attackers.
Match point.
That was insane. Completely dodging the judge all the way.
They could just sniff the Viper in that smoke.
Match point.
So now
for the attackers.
It's exactly the match point for the attackers, and the buys are coming in, and the attackers have decided to opt in for an operator, and you know, I mean, the economy they have. It's gonna be hard to knock down, and they get a fast entry pick. CNO going for the trade, taking out the Sage in the name of Reyna. Does close up, so now it's a 4v3. Tiltable trading that Reyna, 3v3. And the defenders have now taken that time to rotate, and now it's 3v3 on the same site. If the attackers decide to rotate, that could be huge, but Viper
Spike
does
down
seek
B.
a pick, but gets traded out by Omen. This is a really...
Cryo does ult right onto A site, knowing everyone is towards B site.
Cypher does see him on the cam, so the defending team has the information, so they are going to rotate quickly, and they do know the spike is down. Sova knows that only one can use being the ult, but he tries to take out that jet on rotate, but fails to do so. So now it's a 1v2. Cypher really is, the pressure is on. If he loses this round, this is the game lost. They are out. One loss, they're out. This is all the pressure's on his shoulders on this post plan. He's waiting for a peek, and Omen takes him out on the fake defuse. Amazing plays by the orange team there.
That will be the win for Team Orange, I believe. A team with the advantage. Unlucky for Team Blue, but better luck next time.
Exactly. That was honestly a really interesting game between the two. And in all honesty, the blue team did put up an amazing fight considering all odds against them, especially their situation with people leaving, team members getting swapped out. Honestly, they played it really well.
Men's game. Great comeback on the first half. Just not enough for them to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
Our next match, we'll be seeing Team Red and Team Gray battle it over on Breeze.
Yeah, Team Breeze is, again, it's a really interesting map to really be playing, considering it is one of the newer maps in the game. Metas and strategies have only really recently been formed, and really it depends if these teams have really practiced these strategies to the potentiality,
They've
the
had their
max
time.
potentiality. Yeah, they've had the 1 week and a half. Both teams, again, it's going to be interesting to see, as the last Tryouts, that was when the map just released, and it was interesting. They had strategies formed really quickly, but now that the map's been out for a while now, we're really going to see a lot of different strategies, and it's really going to be interesting to see.
What do you think the meta will turn to in the long run? Because I personally believe that Breeze is a map that is made for double smokers, like a double controller,
I
like
was
a
about to say as well,
Viper
that
and a
right off
Brimstone.
that exactly. When they first Tryouts, we did see both comps had Omen and Viper. That was the two main comps, because Omen has, since the map's so big, Omen is better for those long ranged smokes, because Brimstone has the unfortunate disadvantage with the range of his smokes, as you can see of his little tablet.
Little iPad on his arm.
Yeah, an iPad in his arm, and the signal isn't really that great up to an orbital space station in space.
My reasoning for the Brimstone though is, if you have both the Viper and the Brimstone, the ability to hold that post plant becomes so much stronger.
Well, but Omen does have the rechargeable smokes, so he can use both his smokes right off the bat, and then they recharge by the time it comes to post plant. He does have that.
That is very true. I do have to say.
The post plant is always going to be controlled by Viper. Viper's post plant is better than both of them. Their jobs are going to be a lot more different than the Viper's. Viper is really going to be focusing on that post plant play. So we're just waiting for both teams to get in, and then the match will start.
Seems we have a bit of a technical issue, so there'll be a bit of a delay on the next match. Is there anything you would like to talk about, Lazy?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I think we should leave it to chat. Any questions from chat? And really, I think you can interact. It is, the people in game chanting, "Gray team."
Great team.
And it's gray team, gray team, gray team. But you never know. It's really, I do not know much about these teams. I haven't really heard much about any difficulties between the two. So these two teams are uneven grounding in my eyes, and I really want to see that close games, maybe even in overtime during this, which will be really fun and interesting to see. What do you think?
I personally, I believe it is not orange teams, yellow team that is playing a triple immortal, one radiant, one platinum. Since I'm interested to see how that goes against whoever's facing them.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of I don't say right the higher rank players, but they do have a lot of they do have a lot of time. They do underestimate their opponents in scrims. Sometimes they see a rank, oh, he's not that good, and then they get overconfident, and then they get proven wrong. I've seen it happen, and it does happen.
I do agree. Your rank does not always matter. You could always be a much stronger player on the deep end.
Exactly, and honestly, it's all about team play. How much the teams have practiced. Again, a Radiant could get outclassed. A bunch of Radiants just put together against a gold team that, for example, that's played for like a month or practiced, hours beyond that, and they do have the team play. If they can work those trades, what can a bunch of aim whiz kids can do,
That is fair enough. But I don't know about Radiance.
I wouldn't say Radiance. Radiance is a bit Immortals. Radiance are a bit scary.
Definitely would be
They're a
interesting
bit-
to see like a full gold team face what I would usually call the typical like ego diamond players. The ones that,
Oh,
you know, the
yeah.
insta lockers, the I will carry this team.
The ones I think they deserve Immortal.
Oh, of course.
You know, I peaked Immortal once.
Once. What happened to
Once,
that?
and what what rank are you now? I'm
I mean-
platinum. Oh, it's teammates. Scoreboard 0 and 12, 2 and 15.
No. The team is not going to be playing with its 4 members. We're waiting for the 5th to come back.
Yeah.
I guess we should talk about what the tryouts really are. Like the team tryouts, as far as I know, they are made here for of course, the intro team. But just because your team wins does not exactly mean that your team gets, you know, picked out. It all matters on your personal performance, how you utilize your utility, how you play off your teammates.
Exactly, and they look at the utility usage. You look at a lot of factors, and they even look at your personality. If you don't have the personality or the chemistry they want on the team, you will not get in. And that's how it's going to go. And it's really, I like the selection process. It's really smart. And yeah, you know, if you got eliminated first round, it might not necessarily be the end for you as a personal player.
Yeah. Who is better, gray or red? You see, this match will decide that.
Exactly.
High ranked players usually have more knowledge, but you also have gold and silver randomness. That is true.
Yeah.
For all you know, you could lose against a silver as, you know, even a diamond player.
And of course, you know, you could say iron, but that's a bit of a stretch.
Iron is a bit of a stretch. I do agree on that.
I don't think it's a stretch. It's impossible.
The problem with the higher ranked players and lower ranked players is how differently they both play. Like, I've personally noticed when playing in higher low, everyone's trying to play it smart. Everyone's trying to think like either this can happen or this can happen. But in lower elo, everything just kind of happens. There's no thought process.
And so because of that, you know, there's not going to be much prediction play. You know, you can't really predict what's going to happen. You can't just say, oh, he might come from here, he might come from here. No, he's going to be 10 meters in the sky with an Odin spraying you down.
Always. Every single time.
And then if you predict that, then you go against a Smurf that just peeks you and smacks you in the face when you're sitting there looking up in the sky, waiting for that raise, boosting and smacking themselves in the wall. It's how it goes. But that's just the difference between the elos. And the thing is, like you have to play like everyone else does to really succeed. But then when you reach another rank, you have to change your playstyle again and again until you reach obviously the top eventually. And that's what I personally feel.
Fair. It seems that our match is getting ready now.
So we've got Deva stepping in for the player Gotila. So now the match is going to be starting. We will now go into our second game. Gray versus
Red.
yeah. Brain farts do happen.
We have Team Red starting on the attacker side and Team Gray starting the defender side. Once again,
so you can see the defending team is really like they're quite quick to select their comp. They're confident, and we're seeing that Viper and Omen, like I was saying in the last try. It's just right off the bat to double controller.
It's interesting to see how they play this out. There's a Viper on both the defender's team and the attacking team so far.
I feel like Breeze is just Viper's playground.
Definitely.
Like Viper is just, if you don't have a Viper, you're gonna have a hard time. Especially though, it's built for Vipers. Like you might as well just call the map Viper's Playground at this point, because it is what it is.
I almost want to even like question, do you even need a Sova on Breeze? The map is already open enough for you to get all the info.
Yeah, like
Choose
there's
your
not much
agent.
corners. There is a few, but they're not hard to check. And that's why I feel like teams are not really finding a need for it. They're really going for the more critical things, which is what you see is Cypher, because a big thing you see a lot on Breeze is people flanking. You're coming down mid to get behind a push. Flanking happens a lot, so Cypher would be very useful to really catch him out.
Now this, I do like the look of this. Viper, Sky, Astra. Instead of playing for the Omen or the Brimstone, they're playing for the Astra, which has kind of become the new meta for the controller side.
Yeah, that is true. It is the first time I've seen him on this map, in the Tryouts. I've seen a lot of Viper and Omen, but I want to see how a Viper and Astra will do. That will be very interesting to see. And they have a Sage, and their entry dose is going to be Phoenix. On the defending team, they do have a Jet to clear that space, because Jet is, as everyone knows, a very powerful operator in clearing space, and that space is very valuable on a map like Breeze, since, as you can see, there's a lot of space that needs to be taken.
This would be interesting. We're seeing Cypher holding B site and Viper holding A site. I personally have not seen a lot of Viper A holds.
That is true, and we're seeing that the attacking team is lining right up for the A push, so we will find out how it is going to go. So round starting right off the bat, the attacking Viper is just cut off the site. She's going to cut off the site. They're wanting to go for full site control. They want to push everyone out of it. Viper wall goes up. There's only one Jet peeking. Viper does come into play close to the Ghost. They wait for the pick.
Oh, Beck getting a
But
quick
Jet
double.
does get 2. 4v3. Defenders are advantage. Guy flashes, gets the information.
Beck does get picked off on A site. Slowly, we see them taking control over A site, but at the same time, backing off.
They're really trying to keep that pressure because they know they've rotated, so they're going to rotate away from them. But the defending team does read it. They've seen it coming, and all of them go for the rotate. But an attacking team is completely unaware of the scenario. The defending team has a lot of presence on mid. They push Sage to fall back. Cypher on B site.
30 seconds
They
left.
push up mid on Link. Cypher in his cam. They might catch him while he's in his cam. Hiding in the cubby. Peeks, but gets taken out by Saikunai, but Saikunai gets traded out by Omen playing CT.
Remaining.
But he does get shut down by Astra.
Gun here. Gun here.
Now it's a 1v2 Virgin male alone
10
in
seconds
tunnel.
left.
I don't think you should be
Spike
saying
planted.
that. So just keep it to Sage. There are some new Twitch TOS. Does get some damage on the Astra. Knowing he's low. Gets the pick on the Phoenix. Not knowing where the Astra is currently. It's for very aggressive push and gets the kill.
Clutching the round, Sage. So the defending team has secured the pistol range, which is going to allow them to force, and they do take that opportunity to force to really get them that advantage to secure the second round for them.
This is gonna be interesting. Triple Marshall. But it does make sense, because the body shot is all you need for a kill. Unless they buy armor.
And Phoenix is going for that armor play. He sells it. But that light armor does allow to save them from a body shot. But those marshals are going to be devastating for the attacking team. Especially if they, possess that long range angles. Sky uses that dog for info, but gets none. They have no information to work off. But they are thinking about committing to that push.
Viper has rotated, and Omen is still in that process. Sage gets the pick.
So now they've got that high value pick on the attacking team. Attacking team is now overall weaker than the defending team.
Trip getting info on the Phoenix in mid.
I know there's some people lurking on that elbow. Astra does peek, gets a hit on that Omen playing. Omen falls back, not wanting to take that duel, but instead smokes it off. Phoenix really putting that pressure up on mids, trying to get back to his team. They decide to go and commit to the push, but Cypher getting 2 of the players. Sage getting another, and Cypher getting a free kick, really just denying that push, taking a pick, falling back, and getting another, and falls back again.
Flawless for the defenders, getting to keep all their guns. This is going to be the attacking side's first buy round, which should technically be theirs.
Should technically, but looking at they don't have as much money as they really wanted. Looking at that Phoenix, you know, he's only going to be able to run a Guardian. It's still a very powerful gun in this map. But if the defending team really play it smart, they could just steal those weapons away from them.
Cover going out.
What is this? Oh.
That does get the info on 1 and does get the damage on Sage, trying to peek from the attacker side. Sage decides to make the decision to heal herself, given that 40-second timer ticking on her heal.
Back stuck behind the pillars, tanking damage from the opposing team.
They're really lurking on that A presence. They don't know what they're doing. They're trying to wait for them to push, but they're really not going for that aggressive push. They know they have the weapon advantage, but it's really, are they going to decide to commit? Viper is peeking for that information, and the bird goes out, flashing her, giving the information, but she doesn't fully flash her. Kaneki getting a pick on Saikunai, getting a second on Reborn. Every kill means everything. It is a 4v2.
Back gets a no scope on the Sage.
Now it's he's on zone and they get it. That is a crazy save round by the defending team.
They get to save all their guns except for 1. That is still an incredible round for the defenders, getting to swap their guns and keep all their econ. Sage
Keep
going
all
for
that econ. And look at the attacking team's econ now, just crushed. Defending team crushed their econ, especially with blue. It's amazing. That is 3-0, and looking at the weapons, it could be a 4-0, which is going to be huge for the defending team. Attacking team's kind of leaning for a B push with 1 Marshal and 4 Sheriffs. Cypher playing the same position as before with his camera, just, you know, biting into that information. Sage Walls gets the information, peeks a little bit. She's hearing all the guns, they have the information, and the defense team is acting, just wrapping around them. Jet getting a pick from behind. The tag team is in a very bad spot now. They're just all clumped together, and the defense team knows where they all are. They just need to pick them off, trapped like flies. But the tag team is playing together, trying to deny the position they're in. Cypher getting another, and gets traded out by Viper.
Surprisingly enough, this is a very close eco round for the attacking side, turning it into a quick 2v2, also getting some guns on the same time.
Exactly. So now it's really even, like almost even
30
standing
seconds left.
at this point. But do they know of that Omen behind them? Omen's just creeping up behind them, and they don't know about it. They know, they do suspect someone on site holding Phoenix flashes,
One enemy
but
remaining.
and then gets taken out by Viper. But they do not know about that Omen lurking
enemy
behind him,
remaining.
and he
Ooh.
10
takes
seconds
out the
left.
planter.
Spike
8
down,
seconds,
B.
7 seconds. He has to go for the plan. Waits, but he goes behind the main pillar to really
Spike planted.
take down that plant. They both know where each other now is. It's really just going to come down to an aim though and utility usage. Omen uses the smoke to TP. He knows where this Phoenix flashes, manages to blind him, but he isn't quick enough to act on it. And Omen tries to spray him down, but Phoenix does take him out, clutching on with 3 HP.
The attackers get an eco round for themselves, saving out one gun from the defenders. Once again, just like last game, the ecos really hurt against the opposing team.
Yeah, exactly. The defending team is now a lot weaker of the economy. One player really struggling to buy a gun. But they do still have economy. Now it's just they brought back to even standing. So really what are they going to do? They're going for a bit of a mid control / B. Trying to spray through the Viper wall, trying to get a pick from it. Which would be huge for the attacking team, as every pick on the defending team can crush them. They do get a couple of hits on the Viper, which does make her weaker. Only 1 or 2 shots and she is down. But she gets the Phoenix unsuspectingly, but gets traded out by this
I've got your trail.
Viper playing close.
Spotting the Omen. Up in window. You see the Sky Ult popping in, giving more info where opponents are. See Crixus with the camera, holding up that mid.
That one way is really cool to look at. That is, I've never seen that before, and that is an amazing one way that Cypher could use. And I can see why they opted in for the pick with Cypher, as Cypher is making a lot of work of the attacking team. It is a 2v4, but they are playing together, and they do get the pick. Sage does take one out.
30 seconds
They know
left.
both of them are there, so they're just gonna go for an A plan.
Kind of needing to rotate as soon as possible, trying to get this retake.
Exactly.
Not knowing where anyone is with how open this map is.
They
Going
do
to
get
the
a
res.
revive, evening the playing grounds, but it is a retake. It is still a difficult retake, and they are playing close. Just
Good boy.
taking that pick, they picked them back down to 2-3 again. Sage trying to fall back, but they do catch her. But the clock is ticking. Do they have enough time? Astra does take out that Sage. TP's the top. She's coming and catches them with the right click and mid jump.
One does get a 4K for his team this round. Seems that the attacking side is slowly coming back.
As I was saying, you know, I can see this turning into an overtime game.
It's
And
really
that'll be
interesting
Really interesting. And
to actually see how this Cypher is playing this defense.
That goes there.
yeah,
Not
it's-
opting for the one way this round.
This goes here.
Attackers
so
going for
right off the bat, they're going for a B presence.
Cypher does get that early info that there's a Viper smoke towards B. Trying to get a pick for
Yeah.
the smoke.
Sky dogging for info again, just trying to look for anyone holding close, and she sees nobody, but she pings the wire. They know where the wire is. And Ult pushes in, gets caught in, but so the Ult is taken out, and he has cleared no space, but he has taken out that wire, the trip wire that could have been a pick. So it's still got value out of that Ult. Flashes and gets the information. They know what one's there, playing left side of sight. They fall back, not feeling.
Connector gets picked up in mid. Giving out the info to his team that they're currently rotating to A site, with an Astral splitting the entirety of mid.
Yeah, that mid is cut off, and if they can get that plant down, It's really just a
30
post-plant
seconds left.
scenario, but Sage does get a pick on Saikuna.
They are playing for that Viper hold on the spike.
They're really determined to really just lock this round
He
down
gets
and
the pick.
bring back the even standing.
Traded really
They go
fast.
get-
Oh my.
That Astra just made quick work of the defending team.
That was a very fast end to a retake.
Exactly. That was well played by Astra there. Amazing free K.
Great ult to split all of mid and A to get that plant down as soon as possible.
For real, for real. So now the defending team is now stuck in a bad economy situation once again. And the attacking team is just on an absolute win streak at this point. 3 rounds in a row. So the defending team needs to do something about it.
Putting a lot of pressure onto A, trying to get a flank.
They have the map control. That is a lot of map control they have secured. They have control of behind them, which when you get control of behind an attacking team, that makes their life hard. And they get a pick, seeking
two.
a second and gets the second, as well as Sage getting on the sheriff. This is an eco, by the way.
Back gets another.
Bird with a jumping headshot, and just Cypher getting another kill with sheriff. This is an eco round. Amazing flawless round by the defending team. A flawless thrifty.
That is... That's just how fast any round can turn. Like, the attacking side had full control over the middle side of the map, but they had no way of knowing of anyone flanking there. That's the struggle of not having any Cypher or Killjoy.
Exactly. They went for rush every round. It worked a couple of times. But now the defending team has realized this. They're realizing if they commit somewhere, they just get the map control. The attacking team is really not putting pressure on the map control, which it could let them down if the defending team really recognizes that. They're really getting that presence in...
Oh,
There's dog for info, but gets that jet peeking. Flashing for information, they know one more is on site. Just where is really the question they're going to be asking. And then they start to commit to rotate at the perfect timing, also considering that defending team does get the information. Omen does spot the rotate, but they do not know if they're really going to commit or not. And they do, but there is no one on B site except from Cypher's utility.
Cypher's fast to rotate as soon as possible. Does get his camera taken out.
So they know that they are on B now. They're going to push into the wire. They might get tripped up by it. Astra spots the wire. They push in through Phoenix's wall and Sage walls to allow them to safely fall back into their site for a post-plant scenario. 5v4. Defending team at disadvantage of the retake.
Crix pushing in from elbow, trying to get a pick. Does get the pick on the Viper and rotates all the way around to window. Slowly they're taking control over the map.
That does deny the Viper playing lineups, and Cypher does get another. That is a freebie, and Kaneki gets another. That is now
Trip.
the defending
Strong
team is just
retake.
demolishing them. Amazing retake. Nearly flawless, apart from that pick at the start from Jet.
Clean sweep from the Cypher. Early flank, knowing they're probably going to be playing for the Viper lineup there. The attacking side pretty much forced into either an eco or a force buy once again. But we saw what happened last time they eco'd. So we get to see now.
They played it well. But I feel like the defending team's really adjusted to what the attacking team's doing. They're really noticing that lack of map control, and they're really capitalizing on that lack of map control. They spotted the Viper well. They know that they have presence on A. And Omen, you see, look at that. They've not even pushed up, and Omen's really spotted and taken that map control of elbow. So if the rotate happens, they're gonna have a hard time.
There's an example of great Aster util usage, pulling the Viper back into the open.
Exactly. They are going to commit to an A push, but they are getting picked off by the defending team. They leave playing together, they peek together, and Phoenix gets both of them peeking. They get traded out by Cypher. 3v3 scenario. Sage playing up on Hall.
Pixels does get the pick on the Viper.
Spike down.
Losing
A.
control of Spike.
One enemy
Getting the pick on the
remaining.
stage, not knowing where last is.
Really last is in a tight spot there. That is 3 people on the site, and they do have control of that spike. You're sitting there stuck there with nothing.
About a sheriff.
Exactly. Like, what are you gonna do? What the best thing you
30
do
seconds
is really
left.
just try grab a weapon and save it. But Cypher playing this cam spots her. They know exactly where she is. It's really gonna be a difficult scenario, difficult thing to do. She's trying to find an opportunity, but she's not seeing any.
Can Astra get a kill or save a weapon?
10 seconds left.
Tries to get a pull.
Gets a pick on the Omen.
Tries to get a second, but whiffs and gives the Cypher a free kill.
It's on the round for the defenders. Turning the game into a 6-3, leading by a whole 3 rounds on Breeze.
So, the attacking team's now going to be on another buy round. One thing I'm seeing is that the defending team always fully opts for Vandals, but the attacking team does decide to go for 3 Phantoms instead.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Are you a
Yes,
Vandal
once-
player or a Phantom player? Because what do you think is the better weapon, better choice of weapon for Breeze?
For Breeze, the average combat distance is a lot longer, and it is being found that the Vandal does have an advantage at the long range. But as soon as you get close to a Phantom, it does become a Phantom advantage. But honestly, the ranges on this map and a lot of the angles, it's really better to play a Vandal, in my opinion.
Oh my, what are these one-ways?
These play by Cypher, just knowing all the lineups. Playing the same spot before, but they do get the information with Sky Flash.
Back gets one from the behind.
One enemy remaining.
And then the
Okay,
defending
just-
team is just wrapping around them. But you see, this is because of the lack of map control the attacking team has. They're just giving it all up for the defending team to play around with and just mess them up. Because every round they get the spike down. There's people on the flank because they don't have any presence there. They don't have any utility to really watch that flank. And you can see that, you know, their only sentinel is Sage. And Sage has no ability to farm information. She can really just delay a push, and that is Sage's ability. Delay a push and provide heals and revives.
I gotta say, their post plan on the attacking side is not the best. Are they really playing for the util? Are they trying to get the spike to, you know,
Well, the
far
thing
enough?
is, they are playing for the util, but they just don't have the correct util to watch the angles. They have perfect util to get on site, but to hold it is another question.
Like, scared to peek against the snipers. Does get hit once.
Need healing.
Welcome to my world.
The Viper ulting to get
Oh
on
my.
site, but
Paneki.
the defending Viper just shuts them down. That play from Viper there was so aggressive, and it worked.
Last round in the half.
Sometimes just being unsuspectingly aggressive can really mess up a team's composure. They really do not expect it.
Here we enter the final round of the first half. Let's see if the attackers can try and get this round for themselves, turning this half into a 4-8.
Exactly.
You never know what's going to happen on the defending side, but we'll see very soon. Astra getting a lot of control over mid, stopping anyone from peeking.
So,
Don't get in my
The
way.
Viper ult mid.
really, yeah, that's control. But the thing is, if you look at it, it's actually going to be quite practical. They split up the forces and they get one. The attack team's just getting slaughtered
Spike down mid.
by the defending teams. Sage playing the revive, trying to even out the playfield, and no choice but to use it, considering it is the last round in the half. The defending team really just getting aggressive with the information.
They know they're all stuck there.
They know the whole team's there, and then look at that. Viper is just wrapping around them, and the tag team is kind of suspecting of someone flanking. But
Enemy remaining.
they're just slaughtering. There's nothing the attacking team can do, considering these flanks are just coming in over and over and over, and it's either 50-50.
Switching
Are they gonna
sides.
flank or are they not? But it's all okay now because they are on the defense. They could pull the same stuff on the attacking team. And it's really just to see how this attacking team will play it out.
Great team takes the first half 9-3. Strong teamwork, a lot of map control. You see them just they fight to flank as soon as possible, knowing they can just sandwich them, and then red team is just stuck, not able to go anywhere.
Yeah. So
Once
now
again, go on.
the attacking team is doing the same as the last team on the first pistol round. They're opting in for an A push, which is smart considering that ranged engagements are not as easy on the pistol side. Few walls up, a lot of area is sliced up, really a lot of angles that cannot be identified or seen, so the attacking team is really hesitant on pushing through that Viper wall. Cypher camming for that information. Hatches Viper playing behind the box, they have that information. And Guy rotates, playing double wooden doors on mid. Flashing, trying to see where they pushed up to, and they know they haven't pushed through that Viper wall.
Great team fast
And
to
they
get off
started
the
a
side.
fast rotate. Now, this is a thing the other team did not do, was rotate quickly and capitalize on the rotate. They're really slow and subtle about the rotates. They kept their presence for a while. But this is the thing about the attacking team this
Here.
time. They have not given up the map control. Viper is lurking back there, making sure nobody's pulling anything dodgy. Now
Just
we've
the
got
fast.
trades coming in
Spike
on B
planted.
site. Spike down, retake scenario. Cypher having his utility down, gathering that information.
Look how far behind the... No, wait, sorry, but Kaneki is. I think we finally actually see
He's got the lineup, so
the
look
play
at
for the lineups.
Now this
Giving
is,
his teammates all the time to defend site as long as possible.
and now look at that. If you have two mollies, that is going to be a pain
Last
to
player
defuse.
standing.
Trying to
Here's
take
the
some
problem.
of the damage,
He
but the
just
second one's
missed it.
coming in.
There's space to defuse
Will
it.
they have enough time?
Can he get it? Does
will.
he? Oh no.
Unlucky, but that strategy, that is the only reason that failed was because she did not have the smoke to really get the most out of that damage. Because Viper's mollies are pretty weak without her smokes to chip away that damage.
For sure. The Viper Smoke does hurt quite a bit, getting it down all the way to 1 HP. And all it takes
And then
is just a single tick.
that little weak molly to finish you off.
Unlucky for the great team. Was it the great? Yeah. Unlucky for the great team losing that round, but it's definitely a good try.
So the attack team's kind of going for a mid push. They're playing a bit more of a default. Again, this is what the attack team is doing. They're playing that map control, which is really giving them a lot of advantage. They're not really giving much space for defending, but the defending team does get a pick on the attacking team. Sky flashing for the information, knowing that there is some people still present on mid.
Back almost gets the pick on Sky.
But gets traded out by Cypher, but every kill on the defending team, it has a lot of value. These cheaper weapons, getting a kill on a person, a bigger weapon, means a lot, and taking it down to a 3v3 is huge.
Just whips him.
Playing close.
David gets get the kill.
Spike down mid.
Attackers are stuck in a 2v3 with what I believe is 2 Spectres. Yeah.
Yeah, Spike is down, but the defense team, I don't think they know the Spike's down, so allow the attacking team to really pick that Spike up. And they're going to try opting for
30
a
seconds left.
retake scenario, you know, kind of leaning towards B. The Sage is already on that rotate with the Marshall, and none of the players have armor. So all it takes is a body shot, but she whiffs, allowing them to just rush on the site, but she does catch Cypher later in the push.
Trim does stick the plant, trying to get the Econ Force team, not knowing where to go as he's currently getting sandwiched between everyone.
But she
and
gets
David
shot
this pick.
through the smoke. That was well played by the defending team, but they have lost 2 of their members, which does destroy their economy quite a fair bit. But you also have to consider the defending team is still, what is it, 4 rounds down. They do have to make a lot of work. And the attacking team is now back in the advantage with the full buy against a bonus, and looking like eco for some of the players because of those picks they've gotten is forced some of the defending players to go for a full eco, which could be huge and allow the attacking team to secure another round.
Looking like an A push for the attacking team this time around. Sage does prepare for the wall really soon.
So Cypher playing that mid control, peeking, trying to find somebody, not knowing how close Astra is.
Let's see.
Astra
happens
does
here.
not
Astra-
suspect someone there, gets the pick. And now it's a 5v3. This is looking very bad for the attacking team. They really need to play those picks, trying to take some of those weapons, knock down that economy just a little bit.
The
Tilt the
one-way on
advantage.
double doors from Viper. Not really utilizing it, however. David
You
does
don't
move
need
in.
to, because looking at the positioning play, like, if you can do that, it scares. If you see a one-way as an attacker, it's gonna be scary. But Cypher does pre-shot after he drops, taking out that Viper, holding main, leaving it to a 1v5 scenario. Sky on the flag with nothing but a ghost. But do they suspect the Cypher is suspecting someone, but peeking the wrong place, trying to get another of the ghost, but only gets one. But that one is still better than none.
So you say that you don't need to, you know, fight for the one-way. But that's the thing, though. If Cypher realizes no one holding it, he can just lurk right through it. And that's exactly what he did. He got the pick on the
True.
Viper sitting on site, knowing...
But that's the beauty about one-ways, is that you do not know who's behind it. So you're scared to peek it. It does scare a player from peeking it.
We did see a lot of doubt to peek it, but in the long run, he still, you know, he won that fight without Viper
that
holding
is true,
the...
That is true. That is true.
one-way. This guy gets really early info on B site, and the A site of the defenders knowing it. No one's towards A. This guy does get a
Technically
pick.
getting the first pick of the round, and they're all rotating to B really quickly. They're really detecting an aggression on B, but they are getting picks. But Sage getting that trade, bringing it down to a 3v4.
Not knowing what to do as they currently feel sandwiched because they do not have any control or vision over anything.
Back team's really just trying to play passive, trying to find a pick. They want to even out the playing fields, but the defend team's really just not giving them an opportunity to do so. The defending team is not really trying, they're not really taking the bait. They're not really falling into the attacking team's hands. They know they have an advantage. Why should they push? An attacking team, really, that they're just clicking
30
the
seconds
talk.
left.
The clock is ticking. They have to do something soon. We're not going to have enough time to secure the round. So they decide to go for the B push, but
What is this
Sage-
wall?
Pure walls. They've screwed the round up for themselves as the 10 seconds left. And
10
everyone
seconds
is on
left.
B, just trying to compress them, just to stop them from getting that plant down. And the defenders have secured themselves another round, and that will force the attackers to have one person on eco.
I do feel like I have to question the wall from the attacker side Sage. It looks like they're just wall themselves in
He just
again.
threw that down, yeah.
I'm guessing it was a mistake, and what he meant to do was wall off the left side of site. But hey, mistakes happen, even in pro play.
Exactly.
The Jet going for the ult. Fighting a site.
So they're going for an A-side push. Omen hanging back a little bit, trying to support Jet for any pushers, and lurking off with Cypher utility. Cypher camming for that information and does get a little bit of information.
Here.
And they fall back, suspecting a rotate. But do they suspect someone on mid? They do, but
Guy
gets
picked.
out-killed. And that is another two, that's 2 picks for the defending team. Once again, bring down to a 3v5. Looking dire, but they do bring it down to a 3v4. Once again, this is looking very similar to last round. But the only difference is that
Just fast
their
and taking
team,
site.
they have no B-site presence, which could allow the attacking team to skew around if they do play that post plant really well. Just the only problem is they do lack that post plant utility that everyone knows and loves with the Molotovs and stuff.
Let's see how this goes. The Sage Bull goes down, the smokes are down. Sage does get a pick into CT. The problem is no one is watching the flank. And this seems to have been a problem for a lot of people.
Well, you see Sage is now looking there. Sage just knows someone's there. Look at the wait, she's not focusing on it, but she looks away. She's gonna get timed.
Standing.
But Viper whiffs, but gets traded out by Cypher.
It's unlucky.
That would have been a lot different if Viper didn't whiff initially. Could have caught that Cypher unsuspectingly if you're quick enough, but unfortunate that she whiffed those first shots. It is understandable considering they are a lot of rounds down. They had to make a lot of work. Pressure is on for the defending team.
The pressure is on, but wouldn't you say it is a lot easier to go into defense at a disadvantage than it is to go into attacking side as a disadvantage?
True, but looking at it, the attack team is snagging themselves a couple of rounds.
And he gets
But the
picked up
defense
by
team
the...
does get that initial pick. Once again, the defense team usually has a lot of the first blood rates. They always get that first blood.
Ooh,
I know
it's
exactly
a really
where
interesting
you are.
jump down from the
But they have
Sage.
the information. They know no one's on B. They're just gonna commit to B. They know they have B for free. They're gonna play that post point again. Same free agents.
Well, let's see
So
if they do
will it
anything
end-
differently. Immediately, Sage does go to try and support anyone attacking from behind. Here's the Phoenix pushing up. He knows he's still around there.
Smells
the
the Viper,
Viper.
gets the tap on her. Falls
Runs
back
away.
to prevent the trade, making it a 3v2. She
So does have the caps up and does spot the Astra. Let's see.
She suspects the Phoenix is coming, sees him, but that is information from the remaining 2 players. Does get the damage on. Phoenix ults, and they know where he is. 2 players know where Phoenix is playing, so really just to wait for him to push up into a position where he's going to struggle being together, but they shoot him right through the smoke.
Another great round from the attackers.
Exactly.
Match point.
I must say this has been a very clean sweep for Team Grey, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Showing a lot of strong presence anywhere they go. But this is match point. They have just one chance right now left to prove themselves strong. Viper does ult on A side as soon as possible, knowing she's towards the left side. They don't get the kill. They trade the kill.
Blocking sight.
Jay is fast to get
This
the
is
backside.
a chaotic run. They're just going for a rush. They're really just wanting to end this game right here, right now. They're really not taking it. They're activating all their ultimates. They're really just not going to let this run slip by. They just instantly get on site. And look at that Jet just pushing up right behind them. She's right behind Jet. Sage knows, but she isn't quick enough. Did not expect Jet to be that close. Now Jet's behind them.
Oh,
Phoenix gang initial pick.
does look-
Peeks through.
Trades his
Trade that
teammate
by
in a
Phoenix.
1v2.
Yeah. Flashes through, but Cypher getting it, securing the
Attackers
game.
win.
Well played by Grey Team. Grey Team wins the round, and they will move into the semi-finals of intros. Proving, oh, not. Okay,
That
Don't listen to
was game for Team Grey against Team Red. What can we say for that game?
honestly, I felt like just from the initial start, the Grey Team just had a lot more presence. They just watched everything. They knew what was going on. They had control of the map, which is what the other team failed to do on the defense. They lacked that map control. You know, they didn't
Definitely.
have the control that Grey Team had.
That's the thing. Grey Team, they had the Cypher. They always had any idea of anyone flanking. They have the camera, the trips, but the issue for Team Red was that they only have a Sage, but that's not really. I would barely even call Sage a Sentinel because she's a defense Sentinel, not an informational Sentinel. Like the Killjoy turret gives you a lot of info. Cypher cam and tripwires give you a lot of info. Even the cages give you info if anyone walks through them.
Mm-hmm. So now we're gonna go right into yellow team versus orange team on the map.
No,
Bind.
I do not believe it's yellow versus orange.
Is it not?
No, let's see. Give me just one moment. It is going to be... Wait, excuse me, it is yellow against orange. My sincerest apologies.
Yeah, you be quiet.
Man,
Yeah, so it's gonna be yellow versus orange on the map. Bind. Bind has always been a favorite for me to watch. Orange will be on the attack, and yellow will be on the defensive on the first half.
seems that they want yellow to defend first, so that's what I'm going to be doing right now. Let's see. Team orange on the attacking side. Excuse me for that mistake.
No problem, man. It always happens. It's your first time. You're doing amazing. So this is a really good, interesting matchup, and I'm really excited to see how this turns into. And it's gonna be quite interesting.
The orange team did show a quite powerful game in new map 1.
Yeah. So
But
the thing is about yellow team. Sorry, you go ahead.
Like I mentioned earlier, yellow team is probably one of the strongest teams here, as they currently have 3 immortal players, a radiant player, and a platinum player.
True. The thing is about the yellow team is they are mostly esports members. They are mostly esports players, and they are, unlike Team Orange that had problems. You know, I haven't heard of any problems with the yellow team, but the orange team has practiced, and we've seen how they played on Icebox, and they played amazingly. So it can go either way.
That's the thing though. Icebox is always a pretty one-sided map, in my opinion. But Bind, every game of Bind I've seen, it can always easily turn around.
Exactly.
So we don't know. This could be a clean sweep, or even a very close, maybe even an overtime game. For all we know.
Exactly. So now we're just waiting for all the teams to come in. And from what you've seen, what information you have about both teams? What is your prediction? What do you think? Who do you think will come on top during this match?
But this
What's your
match,
opinions?
that's interesting because I haven't seen the other team perform, but I know Orange team, they will show a strong presence right here on the attack side.
Exactly.
So I'm curious to see, will they attack hard, or will they play it slow for the info? As far as when I've played Bind, we always play Bind very slowly. You know, you want to go for the early info on the pistol round. You want to know exactly what everyone's playing.
Exactly. So the match is now starting. We're going into Bind. And so now we're going to see the picks. What do you think is the most valuable character on Bind?
Bind, I gotta say, Cypher is by far your most important pick right here, right here. It's looking
And
like
right
a
after, yeah.
looking like a very strong attack side so far.
Oh yeah, all yours.
All yours. But I am interested to see how the defenders play this. They have a very interesting lineup going here. Going for the Cypher, the Sage, maybe the Reyna instead of the Sage. Seems to be going for a double duelist.
All those comps, I feel like they're quite common on this map. I see them a lot in VCT. I see them a lot more than I don't. And it is understandable as I feel like getting into the site is more of a problem on Bind. Retakes are easier to hold. Sites are easier to hold. And it's a lot harder to get into site. So those, I feel, are quite important on that push.
See, I both agree and disagree. Because I think you don't really need a double duelist to take a site. All you need is a single duelist to create the space you need to take site.
Your agent.
Get the rest of the team in there, and that's it. The defenders have to fall back. That'll be a really hard defense, unless you have the utility prepared.
But you see, both teams are opting in for Jet and Reyna. Comps are looking similar, just one team is going for Viper on the controller, and one of them is going for Brimstone on controller. So this is it.
I say
We have yellow team on defense, and attacking we do have orange team.
Yes, sir. So this is interesting. Brimstone is a pretty rare pick usually, but I do see him a lot more often on Bind than any other map.
And I can understand that, like, because that extra smoke is quite important and useful for that initial push, and I can see that on A site how useful that extra smoke can be. Because the thing about difference between you could say Omen and Brimstone is that Brimstone you can employ a lot more burstier push. You can be a lot more bursty and aggressive your push. And Omen, you have to take it a little bit slower because there's more angles to clear. But Brimstone can smoke off that extra angle, allowing you to just rush in there, which might be what the attack team's employing here.
Putting a lot of pressure to Hook immediately, knowing they need to get control over that as soon as possible with the B site.
Now, what's interesting is see 3 people on B. I usually see a 3A, 2B composition. But that's
in
what
Immortal,
I usually see.
The triple B pistol round is actually very, very common.
I see.
Just because the B site is such a commonly pushed site early game. Jet is already all the way in, trying to get a pick.
She is creating that space, and she pushes in with a frenzy, getting that entry pick, and getting that control of elbow, which could prove very useful. Reach
Gets
following
2
back,
picks.
trying to find her, but that's 2 picks for the attacking team. And they're rotating on it.
They're fast to get off the B site, knowing they already rotated off 100%.
Yeah, like you can see, like in a blink of an eye, they are on A.
The site's just giving them free. Right now,
Yep.
the defenders are in a free V5 retake. Viper's fast to get up there. Does get hurt by a Jet.
Toxic does get a pick. And they're gonna push in the site. They are slowly pushing for control of site. But this is still gonna be difficult. And you see that.
Shot, he gets the double. Almost gets a triple.
That's really just now stuck to a 2v2 scenario. The defending team's really playing it well.
Enemy remaining.
Now it's a 1v1.
Toxic does
Sen
lose the
does
one.
end Toxic's wrath. Honestly, for a 3v5 retake, that was very well played by the defending team, I must say.
Both the defending team and attacking team played very well. I do like the pressure from the attacking team. Just like I mentioned, they were very aggressive on the first map. And they are showing that aggress in this game as well.
So now they have the economy advantage and the weapon advantage this round. It's really now up to the defending team to really knock that economy down and steal some weapons from them.
Ooh. Flags does get picked off through the smoke very early.
Defending team's now going for a bit more map control. You see that jet in the map, you know, going for that mid push, you know, for that flank as well, which does reassure them that they're not flanking, they are committing.
Hugs.
But they do peek one by one, which is allowing the attack team to just pick him off. And she spams 2 through the smoke. 2 picks free through the smoke. That is amazing to see.
Shotty is there on the flank. There is an alarm bot holding it though.
And the information is there. The whole team knows of the positioning of Jet. So now they're all just going to push her. 3 of them peeking with Spectres and Bulldogs, and not one of them have died, which is going to allow them to safely really just safely get the next round with all their weapons and save all that economy. Like, that's a lot of economy saved. And the attacking team is really got everything, and the defending team's really just found nothing. You know, they've got no picks, which has allowed the defending team to really maintain their economy and advantage.
Here.
So the B push with the pressure into hookah, just like last time, taking as much space as possible. No, they're at a bonus. They're at a disadvantage here against a full buy on the defender team. Sniper camera does get taken out.
Because this Jet is really utilizing the weapon she has in her hand right now. She knows that if she gets close, she is going to win a fight. Besides Spectres and SMG, you need to be close to really capitalize the max potential of the weapon. And look at the Jet's positioning, you know, it's really capitalizing on that. So it's now a 2v2 scenario. Spike is not down. Spike is in the open. The defending team does know where the Spike is, but they do not know where the players are. And Brimstone is right behind the Viper. Viper does not know. As soon as that wall goes down, it's going to be devastating. And he finds her. So now it's really, he got the Phantom off the Viper.
Right, let's stuck in tube. Gets the pick on the Reyna, but is very low. Does get ulted out. That's another round for the attacking side.
That's what I love to see. When what I've seen in Gold Elo, the Elos that I usually are in, and I see that a lot of people are scared to use their ultimates a lot of the time.
Everywhere. It's always that fear. Not knowing what to do.
Fear of, like, yeah, they don't know what, it's not they don't know what to do. They just think, oh, it might be better this round, or a 1v1. They just want to save it, you know, like getting a lot of kills with it. But you can see that these players' experience, you know, a round is so much more important than kills. So activating the ultimate is an easy sacrifice for a round.
This way, it's much smarter to just to confirm that round for themselves and try and get the ultimate all over again.
Why risk your life when you can just press a button and end the round right there?
Guile is stuck in that Cypher, sorry, the Killjoy Nano Swarm.
They wall off, just kind of securing that plant, and so they're going to play for that post plant. They're keeping the pressure up after. Cypher playing behind triple. No, it's my bad, Brimstone. Cypher getting a one tap, trying to get picks.
Does whip all his shots. Shotty is moving up, does get picked off by the Brimstone.
The Brimstone's positioning is really useful. So now it's just a 1v4 of that low HP, and they all just peeking together, trying to end them.
Strong presence from the orange team.
The attacking team has so much aggression and space the Jet clears. I'm really noticing the space Jet is grabbing.
That's what I mean. You don't need the double duelist if you have one guy who knows how to give his team space. Because that's the thing about duelists. They're not there to frag out. They're there to let the rest of the team move in with him. All it takes is a single jet smoke and dash, and that just puts so much pressure on the opponents immediately.
So that is right off the bat, Viper mauling down, trying to scare the attacking team from making the push.
Shotty does get the pick on Hydro and B long. knows there's another one there because he was shooting him.
So they decide to go for a main lane A push, and there is 3 people there. Jack getting the entry pick, making it a 4v4 again. They're falling back a little bit. They get another pick, making it a 4v3, pushing in. They know there is presence in U-Haul, and then they aggressively push U-Haul because they know he's low HP.
Shorty is up in heaven with the op. Does get smoked up, however. And gives away his position. I don't know if that shot was really worth it.
It was really not. Then they know there's an operator playing heaven. No, none of them are going to peek that short area. They're all going to play safe. Beguile 1 HP, trying to entry and alone into U-Haul, going against Arena that just jiggle peeks and gets that one hit that is all needed to take him
Shorty
out.
does get a pick. Is he going to be able to save that operator?
Arena's positioning will end that for him.
Oh.
And playing a shorty in that was not really a big choice I would make.
He did almost kill him. Maybe a second shot would have saved him, but guess we'll never know. So another round for the attacker side. Team Orange showing a great amount of T-play.
That is true. But you do have to consider that statistically, a statistic that came up in the VCT is that a lot of teams won a lot more rounds on defense. The defense is a lot easier position to be in. So they could make a comeback, but they need to grab a couple of rounds for them.
Shorty's playing hookah very aggressively, but Hydra does get the pick on him. Let's see how Cypher goes. He has no vision hookah because he does not know if they're right in his face. Does not look above him. Oh, let's get a pick. Not get the second one.
Allows Dan to trade. Now it's a 4v1. Like the speed they can just get those value picks is insane. Toxic pushes him his flash, but the positioning of Ice-T does take him out.
It's crazy how fast these rounds go by. It's like flies getting swatted.
You can definitely see the difference in the skill of the attacker team.
And that's the thing I say. If the attacker side now, Team Orange, gets a huge advantage on the defending team, the defending team will struggle to come back on their attack side.
Exactly, and you have to consider how the mentality, you know, it's good. It must be very demoralizing to lose so many rounds in defense. And even though it may not seem,
Guile does get 2 showers.
That is 2 picks. That is a high value picks. That 800 points just to get that Deagle.
The rest of the team is fast to rotate. Try and fight back. They don't know what to do. They've lost 2 members. They're currently at a disadvantage in a 3v4. They do go for the res. Turning the game back into a 4v4.
Exactly. Guile trying to push up, trying to get another one out of the game. Manages to flash Reyna, but does not peek on it. Which is probably smart considering the amount of player presence that is there.
A lot of presence being shown on A, so Cypher chooses to rotate while leaving Jet alone. He does get a pick. They go for the Killjoy, leaving half of sight for the defenders, however. Is still really worth it.
I don't think so.
Hydra does get a pick.
Hydra does get a pick, yeah, on U-Haul.
And that Breachel does stop the Killjoy from pushing out. He also does get himself stunned. Toxic is able to defend him.
2v3.
He gets a pick.
Toxic getting another one tap. And is he going to go another one? Got that plays with the Eagles. That was a really well played eco by the defending team.
Tennille does start what seems to be perhaps
this could possibly a comeback. If they really just keep up this momentum, you know, whatever they did that round, if they just do that, now they have weapons, so they do the same with proper weapons, they could get in a couple more rounds.
Going for the one-way with the Viper smoke on showers.
So the attacking team's kind of adopted more of kind of default setup. No presence on long, but is pretty valuable because there is a lot of presence on B. So if they do notice this lack of presence on B, they could capitalize on the A rush, which could easily grab them around.
You can see he's pushing out showers. He does get info on Fly's egg.
Poison's off.
But the one he does notice the one way. The one way goes down. He peeks again. He's having, and they smoke half.
Does get the pick on
site, so
Toxic.
They're opting in for half the site control. They're not going to clear the whole site, but they're actually baiting them. And the defending team is rotating on that. And look at the attacking team. That lightning fast rotate again.
They get the Viper on A as well, so they do get that waste right there.
Launching smoke.
That is so much value from that. So they could possibly grab a round
30
and
seconds
waste
left.
the Viper ult. Cypher does get
Get the Cypher
information,
cam.
so they are going to rotate rapidly.
Dim beacon
But
down.
the spike is down, 5v4.
Fly's egg still sitting on A. Does take the TP though.
That's information for Reyna. Reyna playing close and picks her
It does
up.
dash inside. Does not get a pick. Everyone just getting clean sweep. Flawless for the attack side. Holy.
Yes, sir. That was like another. The attacking team is just so good. Their reads are perfect. They just, if they see that they are over rotating, they will punish them every time for it. And if they don't rotate and they just try to keep that presence on the other side, they'll capitalize on it and rush the site. They have amazing reads, and you can see that.
You have to say, Team Orange, I feel like they've grown. They've bonded together so much just after that one game that they played together.
They've just gotten that momentum.
They've learned how to play off each other. They know what they're doing.
And they're being predictable, defaulting. Like, after a round of a rush, they default, and the enemy team doesn't expect it. Getting 2 free picks. They decide to go for an A push, rotating into short, but Guile does get a pick, trying to play off it. Pushes in to get presence on showers, but gets taken out by Reyna. Reyna using that orb to heal.
Cutting their vision.
Spike is now going down. 2v4 retake for the defender's side. Not looking good. Looking quite dire. Another round possibly in the bag for the attacking team.
In sight.
Shorty is
that
fast
team
in
does
there.
get
Just get
one.
the pick. Does not know there's one left on bench. Does get the pick on him though, however.
Get them. But it's still a 2v2. They've all he's done is even the playing grounds.
Player standing.
Hydra is stuck there.
One.
Does get picked
No
out.
charges left.
He is 1 HP, and the information must have been relayed. Only a body shot to win, and Killjoy does get that body shot.
Another close round for the defenders, but in the long run, the defenders do end up taking that round for themselves.
The attackers end up getting the round for themselves.
Excuse me.
No, it's all good.
FNC showing a bit of toxicity in chat.
Toxicity.
Can't say much about it. He is showing a tremendous amount of...
But if the toxicity might lead to a massive comeback, and you'll regret the words he says, but...
Icy does get the
And look
pick.
at the placement of the Killjoy swarm.
I didn't get
just-
to see that.
There was a... Oh,
Did you line it up for triple?
he put it on behind triple, predicting a fallback to triple, and just activates it, getting a pick.
That's insane. FNC does
That-
pop the ult. Doesn't
You
want
can
to...
tell this team's practiced on this map. So you see that close positioning with Reyna. Cypher sees it coming, they peek together, taking her out, punishing her for that close play. But Cypher ult does come in, that information is going to be very valuable.
Player standing.
Vittel does get the
Trades are
pick.
coming
So does
in.
Shotty. Turning this into a 1v1. Vittel has to hurry up. He does get
And the
walled
wall
off,
comes
but
down,
he breaks it down as
breaks
soon as
the wall.
possible.
This is
no
clock is
problem.
ticking. He does not know where she's playing. He predicts behind the boxes, but he is wrong. She was playing close at you all.
Another round for the attack side. Once again.
Once again.
This is a 1-9-1/2. And this is what I said. Like, Bind. I mean, Bind is usually a slow map, but it's interesting to see just how strong the orange team is going.
Exactly.
Let's see their casual B push, where they put a lot of pressure into hookah.
Cutting their vision.
So one thing they do have to deal with is Cypher, and Cypher's trips are really good.
You should run.
But the ult does go down, and they're really wanting to grab that site control. But they're not going to cover all of site. They're only going to grab a majority of it.
Shotty does go for a good attempt to get a pick, but does not find anyone. FNC is stuck alone in hookah.
Thing is that the defense team did put a lot of pressure and scared the attacking team to capitalize on that ult. So they got no worth other than giving information.
They know there's someone flanking. The real question is, who will win that fight? Will the Viper get a pick? Or will she get picked off first?
See his positioning. This is they are suspecting a rotate is going to come in from the attacking team. So, but they
There's
go
the
for the
TP.
teleporter.
FNC does get a
And
pick.
they get a pick along with that.
They don't know
And
where
the
Spike
Viper
is.
tries to flank.
The people that rotated to A, they're leaving A site right now. Giving the attacking side the site completely for free.
Viper, like, I'm surprised she did not rotate back to A on the
Spike
flank.
planted.
The flank from Viper was useless, and now she's walking. She's gonna be within range for Reyna to hear her. And Reyna is gonna hear her now. Reyna knows where she is. The information is clear, and Reyna gets that pick, so now it's a 4v3.
But does get the pick on the Jet on site. They are going to be playing for the Brimstone lineup.
Exactly. The thing
The
is
Molly,
that
excuse me. They get the pick on the Jet, defusing Spike.
Enemy remaining.
Yo, it isn't a
the
1v3
Yell,
now.
they're playing for the Yell.
Gets a pick.
That's what he's playing for. Yeah.
But has to run away, saving a Spectre in the long run.
Spectre, I don't see that being a valuable keep, but Brimstone definitely just cuts him off.
Last round before
The
the switch.
toxicity from Orange Team. Oh,
Mental games.
but now it's going to be Orange Team on the defense and Yellow Team on the attack.
Seems like FNC is going to be going in a solo shower push while the rest of his team is going to go take B site.
They're going. This is going to be interesting to see how this team plays the defense, because you never know.
Do you spot Hydro? Trying to get info on hookah as soon as possible. FNC is pushed in for showers. Does spot Guile. And they are fast to rotate to A site. Not knowing there's still 3 people on that site. There is a one way, so he has to get out as soon as possible. They are fast to push out short, smoking the rest of the site. No, someone is stuck outside of lamps. Do get the pick on him.
This is another round where they just get so much trouble, but Guile does.
Guile does push in.
Unsuspecting push, but they do get top off the reds, making that 5v3.
FNC does get a pick. 2. Does he get the third? And he gets the third. That's the half for attacking side.
Switching sides.
That was a very fast attack side. Team Orange taking 11 rounds for themselves. Putting a lot of pressure on Team Yellow.
That must be very demoralizing, like the mental of just 11-1 in a half. Like that must really have an effect on the morale of a team. You never know, they might have a plan for an attack that might just bring them to a better standing against the defending team at this point.
Now, as the round begins, we'll see how Team Yellow performs their attack side. Also going for the B pistol push, putting pressure on Hookahs immediately. Reyna does get stunned. They do not get the pick on her, and she does escape. FNC does get out safely, kind of low, but he does get healed by Sage. Does get picked up by Viper, though.
4v4 B push.
Toxin screen down.
Sage playing close with Frenzy, which could be huge. Gets a pick, seeks a second, gets traded out by Guile. Molly's coming in. Now,
One enemy
2v2
remaining.
scenario.
Smoke.
Icy on the flank, getting one. Tries to seek a
Player
second.
standing.
Guile trading. Now it's Brimstone on CT, but the thing is, all he needs is about a hit, possibly 2 hits to kill Guile. Guile's in a tight spot, stuck on site.
Kyle is one shot, not knowing where Brimstone is. He has to go get the info.
Brimstone can make a couple steps, given the information. The information is out. But you see the way Brimstone's playing, just trying to delay it. He knows that Breach is scared. Just
30 seconds
changing
left.
his positioning. Just scaring. And he rotates the A. Decides to go for an A rotate.
Brim does not know he's rotated already. Now he is trying to panic because he does not know where he is. Nor does he know that he's planting.
Spike planted.
There's the plant, now he's forced to rotate as soon as possible. Guile, however, since he is so low, he has to play this very smart.
The way he planted it is really like suspicious. Like you can be anywhere on site. You know, U-Haul and Bathroom, you know, maybe even Cubby as well. There's a lot of places he can be. He quickly clears U-Haul, sees nothing. He really just has to play bomb now. He has to really try fake him out.
Does stick it,
He plays
does
an
get
angle
stunned.
that Guile cannot see. Guile tries to peek.
Guile
He
does
gets
get
it,
picked
but
off,
will he be able to
and
stick the
Cryo
defuse? It's gonna
does
be
get
so
the
close.
defuse on the round.
He gets it at 0.2 seconds.
It's another round for the defenders, turning this game into a match point.
Match point, and now they have the economic advantage. All they need to do is just force, and I can see them committing to a big buy just to shut the attacking team down and really secure the round. And you can see the attacking team is getting desperate. They're forcing as well. They don't want to lose this.
Second team does go for the double Vandal light armor.
This is going to be a very difficult. They might even be reading that they are going to force. Reyna peeking aggressively. The
See-
Vandal taking advantage of the range, but gets traded out by Toxic, the opposing Reyna.
Hydro.
That does give the attacking team a Vandal. Bear that in mind.
Hydro doesn't know there's multiple on garden. Slowly trying to push out. Does get hurt by the jet. Can he get out? Guile is in hookah, ready to push out. They do take TP and rotate to A site, not knowing that the defenders are yet to rotate.
Brimstone spots them, gets the information, mollies them to delay the push even further. That positioning by Jet could be really, really devastating for the attackers. But she shoots, gets spotted by Guile. 3v3, their
Hydra does
spike
get
is
picked
going
off.
down.
One enemy remaining.
The attacking team is going to probably get this round. This is looking very sweet for the attacking team to really keep themselves in the game. But Sen might be able to pull a clutch out of it with a Vandal against 2 Spectres. Spots Reyna. Reyna flashes.
He knows where Reyna is, but he does not have the info on Breach.
Breach looks away at the worst timing. As he pushes Toxic, the Toxic pulls out the Deagle and one-taps him.
That does give the attacking side 2 Vandals. And it does hurt the defenders' economy quite a bit.
So really, what the defenders are going to do, I think, is just they're going to full save and probably just play for an extra and just say, you know, boys, let's just save and
they're gonna stack B site. So for all we know, this could end right here, right now.
If the attacking team does not read this, this is going to be a devastating for them.
The molly in hookah. Shotty does pick up FNC.
They just playing close there with hookah. Flash coming in.
Get picked off.
Spotted.
There are 3 people holding site. They do not know that. Shotty is fast to get out. Ice-T does get a pick. Shotty gets the kill on a...
One enemy remaining.
Trades are coming in and Gaio, that spray transfer. Holy crap.
Everything happened so fast. Another round for the attackers. Keeping themselves in the game for at least another round. FNC with a strong 7-kill lead on his second teammate.
FNC's really like popping off this game, snowballing with the Reyna, and the way he plays it is really good. You know, he gets that pick and he just dismisses out, denying that trade every time. Must be really frustrating to be playing against him. And now look at the defenders now. They're playing really passively.
Everyone's playing passively except for FNC, still with that huge ego. But it has been coming in very handy for him. He has won a lot of fights. So for all we know, he could get a really early pick if he keeps up that fight. They hit the Cypher on hookah, giving a really early info. Jet is fast to rotate, and Brim is also going to join on that rotate. FNC is going to stay in case they choose to rotate and take the TP.
He plays the elbow and allowing them to get picked, but they do have a lot of players on the
Hydra
defense.
does get picked off.
Really
Shotty gets a pick,
them.
but gets traded by Cryo. FNC is now going to rotate through TP into hookah.
Spike planted.
Can Cryo get a pick on anyone here?
Player standing.
FNC does get picked off. Now in a 1v4.
It's taken that by Gotila from behind. I feel like the defending team's really just getting a bit desperate to close up their game, and I feel like that might allow the attacking team to maybe even have a comeback, you know. But the chances are very unlikely looking at the score.
Defenders are forced to eco this round. We have seen them utilize that eco quite well, playing off the util and the trades.
But that is the thing, they can eco for a lot of rounds. That is a thing the attacking team cannot do. They have to force.
Because he does get the pick. Flyzak trades it, gets 2. Shotty is fast out in sight. They do get the side control, and the defenders are forced to retake in a 3v4.
Yald's trying to seek a pick, but fails to seek any.
Sen does get picked off, giving his Flyzak a free K. Hydra does trade.
Last player
And
standing.
Guile takes that Brimstone, and Sage tries to push for a trade, but Breach falls back.
Hydra does not know that Breach is right behind him. Gets killed. It's another round for the attacker's side. Keeping themselves in the game. 5-13 on a match point.
Placing sentry.
So far the attackers are keeping themselves in, but all it takes is one good round for FNC.
Well, I think they're just trying a lot of new things, really trying to find what's going to mess up the attacking team. And it looks like they're going for an aggressive push on short.
Short or showers? Seems like the whole... Ooh, FNC is playing pretty aggressively. Does get a pick, but gets traded really early.
They trade it. So that is a high value pick for the attacking. They go for a 4-sec rush on the bathroom.
They are playing for the Viper ult, so this could be very strong. Guile does get picked off.
Sprayed through
Down
smoke,
A.
yeah.
Hydra is right in front of it though, so he could cancel plant once again. They do pop the killjoy for the retake. Get the pick on the fly zag.
This is now 4v2. This is looking like a round that defenders could secure the game with.
They are mollied off and walled off. This is looking a lot like a round.
They're going to stick to the fuse. You try to desperately hold it in. They all push and the defenders secure the game. 13-5.
That is game for Team Orange.
So now the game after this will be Team Gray versus Team Green.
Team Gray versus
But
Team Green.
Before that, we will have to go for a break.
Very short break.
Very short break, and then we'll be going right into our next game, and then after the next game will be the finals of the tryouts.
We'll see you in just a bit. Give us a short little quick moment. Be right back, fellas.
Goodbye.
All right, and we are back. So
We are.
we will now be watching Team Green
Focus.
against. Let me just mute this. Team Green
Team
against
Grey.
Team Grey.
And the map will be Haven.
Played on Haven. All right, I'm gonna give the green light to the admin
Sir?
to start the game. And let's see how this goes.
Yes, sir.
Bit of a delay. All right.
Alrighty.
So we haven't seen much of Team Green, who are on the attacking side. However, I have to say Team Grey did perform quite well, and they did play for a lot of map control there on, what was it, Breeze. Team Green is going for a full Yor lineup so far.
Yeah, that I can see that. That's been a big meta on Haven. I've seen that.
It's been crazy.
In a couple. Yeah.
You know, the 5
Crazy
duelists always worked in Immortal, especially in
Yeah.
Haven. The funniest thing that it actually has. I don't understand how you can win 5 duelist game, especially on a triple site map. It really is difficult.
And they're really confident in the Yori picks here. You can really see that.
Yeah. So we're looking at a double sentinel hold for the defenders. Team Grey.
Yeah, Team Grey is gonna
Choose
go
your
for a
agent.
double sentinel hold with one duelist and one duelist, one initiator, one controller. And it is looking like a similar composition, except from there's trading out that initiator for an extra duelist. So I want to see how this goes. Two very different comps coming in.
It's fun to see they're not going for the Viper play like they did on Breeze, but it does make sense. Haven is a lot more closed in with B site.
And there's free sites, so having to change yourself that often in that many sites seems like quite a challenge as a Viper player.
This is a nice spot.
The attacking team is getting together, you know, dividing a plan, getting a plan together, you know.
Let's see
seeing
this.
that. The plan is coming together right here. And they're executing the plan. They're planning, the plan is to go A.
Here.
So this is a pretty common strat. Go for the A push on pistol round. It is very simple, very basic. Fun to see people not actually go for a split C push. I must say that's been a very common thing in my elo personally. It's a strong push, full sound. B site is already getting ready to rotate and smoke everything up. Trix
Yeah,
does get a pick,
utility, creates
not
space.
get two.
And they've got control of sight. That was very quick control of sight.
Full in. It was a very slow rotate from the defender side. Team
And
Grey.
they're going to get punished for it. They are now at a disadvantage.
Trying to get a pick from Heaven. Is struggling for it. You know one is short. Trib is getting ready to push out TT.
Standing.
They're just
Gets
catching
one.
them all off.
But gets traded route real fast.
Yeah. That is, the attackers have now secured themselves their first round, allowing them to force comfortably in, and maybe possibly secure another. And look at that, they're getting together, another plan, you know, they're talking about it. They're wanting that bounty.
Green is showing up a very strong start, strong push. Not letting anything get in their way. It seems like for round 2, they're going for a default, trying to catch any information, any flankers they can.
Exactly. And The thing about the attack teams, they're not really over peaking. Never mind.
Bailey does peek window to get the pick on Sage.
Now they're capitalizing on that and they're deciding. It looks like they're going for a C push, a split C push by the looks of things. And Omen has got control of the first half of site, so now he's pushing security ever. And his team is there.
He does miss the jet, but
And
still
he
gets him in the long run.
scratches.
They have the wall in as soon as possible. Full control over site, getting the turret from the flank. Well, the Omen is going to move in deeper. 3v5 pistols versus SMGs. This is going to be a hard one. No time to pee, just gets instant killed. Then does get a second one in CT. Knowing the last one is in garage.
They know the last is in garage, and they push it and they get him. The ego on the attacking team here. Sheesh.
It's crazy. They want to prove themselves worthy. They're gonna go for another meetup here. Let's see this.
And they're getting together for another plan. They like making these plans. You know, they're getting together, huddling up. They're like a rugby team.
I mean, hey, it is working out for them right now.
Exactly. I feel like this is a strategy a lot more professional teams should adopt.
Version 1, I believe it was version 1 of NA that actually has been doing the meetups, where they dance around and emote.
I see. So they're learning from the best.
Obviously. Except version 1 got absolutely destroyed by...
Brash.
No, wait. No, they did. Version 1 did get destroyed by Team Liquid. Anyway, enough
Yeah.
VCT.
This
Sage is gonna wall off garage instead of B site this time around, which is a pretty smart choice. They are going for an attack in mid. However, Bailey does get a pick into window on Sage.
And
They're
you have
gonna
to
rotate
consider
to
that this is a bonus round, so every pick is huge and a free weapon for the attackers.
It's not just a pick. Going A site makes perfect sense because the close range fights it gives them an advantage.
Exactly, and they get the pick.
Misses the TP to heaven. But they, once again, they quickly turn this into a 5v3 with huge advantage to themselves, not giving the defenders any space whatsoever.
Honestly, I feel like this is Sage's strongest map. Because you can, like, a lot of these angles, you can just wall up one, slow up the other, and then that's free control of sight.
Roughead does get another pick, and another one. Knowing last,
And
just
they
jumped down
win
on
the
site.
bonus round for a flawless 50.
That's going to be a great round for the attacker side, saving all but one gun from the defenders. What's interesting for me is they're holding a double... They're holding two people on A site. When I personally believe that Cypher is capable of solo holding A site. And Sky would be a lot more useful anywhere else.
Yeah.
Whether it's
But
B
the
or
thing
C.
is the thing is they still lose sight even though there's two there. So
very true.
rotating off that is really risky. You know, if they're losing of two people, you should. It's really. I'd understand being scared to take that player off it.
Then is going to try and get in info on C site here. While they are trying to get anyone to push out. Go for a pick here. Sky is going to rotate off A side because there's no presence whatsoever.
This is what I'm liking about what I'm seeing about the attacking team. They play passive when you need to play passive, and then when they see an opportunity, they capitalize on the momentum.
Oh my
and
God.
you can see here,
Are you
they
seeing this?
spotted that C. Yeah, they spotted that C is clear. And look how fast they go. They capitalize on that opportunity instantly.
That Omen smoke on A site completely faked them out. They all rotated out. It's crazy how much one piece utility can do.
Exactly, and you think about it, that's a free piece of utility.
Let's see this. Kaneki is trying to flank, but Rocket is right there, just ready to see him. Does get the kill on him.
Turns down to 5v3. Rob. Gwyn getting another ning. Now it's a 2v5. Messes up the flash.
Cypher is standing still.
Third, and Rawfed closes up the round, taking out Cypher. Another flawless round. Two flawless rounds back to back from the attacker side.
Ruppet is going at a strong 8-0. Just like Den is going at 5-0. 3 flawless people on the attacking team right now. They're going for another meetup just to, you know, complete this strategy. They're all saving their guns. The Bailey still is yet to upgrade to a Phantom or a Vandal. He's keeping that Spectre. They're about to all have max money after this round.
That's 3 rounds of solid economy. Like,
it seems that we have a bit of a technical issue.
but the thing is, no matter what issue comes up, there is no pauses allowed.
Spike down A.
Back does get 2. Turn this into a 3v2.
2v2. One of them is
2v2.
AFK.
And one of them is AFK, excuse me. Rafa does get the pick on Kaneki. They have no idea where the last one is. But he is slowly flanking. Let's
And
see
you can
if...
see that the Rawfed has the game sense. He reads it, but he fails to win the
does
duel.
get the kill. Now,
I think the attacking team is still nervous about another player. Yeah, they still think he's back. They take it, he does take him out, and that could be the round.
they don't know that he's missing. They did not read chat, I don't believe. It's very unlucky for Team Grey. But not much can be done about it.
That is very unfortunate for the defending team. And you can see the attacking team is now like, well, they actually have 1 player less, and that is their Cypher. We could just rush a site, and they will have a hard time defending.
Seems like that's exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna go for that A side push once again.
Careful.
But they push, but they only think there might be 1, but they hear the flash, they know there's a second, they push it.
Sky gets picked off, just like the Jet does. They're left in a 2v5. Prophet is gonna flank from mid. Trip does get picked off.
That running
So
and
does
shooting
Ben.
from Reyna knocks out the judge player. And now it's another round secured by attacking team, and they're now gonna go bully the AFK player.
Bailey does steal the kill from Ruffed, who wants a knifing. Once again, this is
It's
very
heartbreaking
unlucky.
to see. Heartbreaking to see.
Not much can be done. Just how the rules are. Den is going at a strong 11-0. Will
You see,
he be able to be stopped? They are going for a meetup right before the round starts. Take C site. Sky does hear the utility going in.
Sky is still trying to hold a garage, but nobody is coming garage. They have sight for free once again. Walling knocks Sky.
Den is very aggressive to push into CT.
That Reyna there, they don't expect
Oh my
it.
God.
Another one. The
does get a
attacking
pick.
Reyna is on a rampage.
Trib is behind them. They do know that.
But they're not.
Kaneki does get a pick.
Keep
Rafed
them.
kills Trib on the flank.
Player standing.
Rafed gets the
And
last
then
kill.
it's the last one. And Dan is going for him. He is the closest, so he gets the kill. Next number on the leaderboard.
Hopefully Crixus gets the game restarted as soon as possible, because so far this is not looking good for Team Grey.
And look, even the attacking team is getting concerned. Look, they're not even... Oh, they're going for the meetup. I was about to say they weren't, but they are. They know the strat. They're not gonna go stray off the path of the meetups.
I need this.
They're running a strong mid push, knowing that the opposing team is on an eco. They get the pick on Ross. Stopping their push on mid, actually.
They're not getting scared. They know now the grounds are even. It isn't an advantage anymore. They're just even grounding.
Kaneki is in garage, trying to get a pick here.
Careful.
Back does flank and gets a kill. Does not get in from the guy just outside the garage. This guy
Mix is on his own. There's no one there to trade him. If anything happens, he is in a bad spot. But he does fall back to his team. They turn it back to a 4v3. The Bags really just moves Sage from the game. Bags falls back considering he has low HP. Try to maybe link up with Sky to get heal going on. It's now a 3v3 scenario. Let me see how these guys played. If they can see that C is for free, they might be able to take C.
Seems like they're leaning in towards
an
A.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
A site has been their most successful site. Or as I would say, every site has been their successful site.
I think B is their hardest push because they can wrap around, and I feel like the attacking team is dealing with their low numbers really well, trying to keep a lot of presence on mid to allow them to rotate.
Like, does get a pick. Oh my!
10 seconds left.
Gets a
What
third and a fourth
was that
with
flick?
Classic. Yeah.
Spike planted.
Now it's a 2v1.
Then is
She pops her ult to snowball with it. Flash comes in, but she catches nothing. That might fool her into peeking.
that was Sky's last flash. Then does get the pick. Will he get the last kill? He does not.
Fails. Drip does trade her out. Well played.
Sure, we'll get the first round for the defender side and also end the Reyna's flawless streak.
Thrifty.
I need nothing to win.
The attacking Reyna's gonna be really upset with that one kill, that one on the leaderboard. You know, removing that flawless kill streak.
Defender team is dropping a bit of banter chat.
Have an aggressive meet up and you're not happy. They're serious. They don't even want it. Two of them don't even want to meet up. They're upset. They don't like that. They don't want to lose a round.
Seems like Rawfed is greedy. Rawfed wants that kill on C. I'm afraid, however, there's no one there for him.
But he'll read that and then just say, "Yo, let's go C."
Oh my! Kaneki does get dinked through the wall. Ooh, then he does get the pick.
Now by Reyna, the wrath of Reyna. They should not have killed her. Pushing in, securing C. C is secured, so that's gonna allow them to get the spike down. Sage watching the flank now rotates to play C as they do have full control of C. She decides to make a decision to wall off garage as the dog was coming in for the information.
Back does go for the pick, but whiffs. They are stuck in a 3v4 with Trib giving info that he is flanking. So Rawfed is going to hold that flank while Back and Sky are going to push out CT. Back gets picked off, not knowing Sky's also there.
Gets peeked by
Trib gets a kill,
all.
then frags him out. And that will be it for the defender side.
So now you see who wants to kill. They're going for the knife, are they? But no, Dan does not let Jet get the kill.
Crix is still not back. This has been a really rough game.
Rough game for the defenders. It must suck for them as, you know, the time of the tryouts. You know, they could possibly been ready, but it's unfortunate for them. But it's how it is, and there's nothing that can be done.
The internet's died.
Side go for B push. They do get the entry pick on back. Yeah. Reyna pushing into link, trying to get aggression, catch anyone off A rotating.
But they did go aggressively into C-Link, but does get stopped. Trib gets in from the Jet.
Catches Trib when he cancels out and, you know, farms that kill off the AFK player. Now it's a 1v4. Sage on her own.
They do know that Kaneki is in flank. Shows even more presence in window. Then does go for the kill and he gets it.
22 and 1. That is a crazy kill streak. It's not a kill streak you see every day.
You see, even though they're missing a player, I still feel like even if this was a 5v5, that
It
team...
would have still been a loss. This Reyna is really showing like they're scared. I feel like in general during this, at this stage, I feel like a TENS effect coming along, and the TENS effect, as some people might not know, is people playing scared. If one player pops off, you know, people are gonna start playing scared against him. You know.
Trixis finally comes back. Maybe just in time to do something for the team.
Comes into a classic, trying to do something.
Deals some damage.
It's
Not enough. Back gets picked up as well.
There's 2 players on the flank, which could be make something.
Spike planted.
Omen takes control of Heaven,
Yeah,
gets
does
the
get
pick
picked
on
up.
Heaven. 2 people playing short, and
standing.
Lumps gets 1. Is he gonna find the second?
It's one.
And gets taken up by Judge at 20 meters.
Last round in the half.
This will be the last round for this half. This will finally be a full... Okay, maybe it's not a full buy. It's more of a forced buy for the defenders. Crixus will, however, be able to drop his teammate. But let's see how this goes now that this is a proper 5v5 of everyone having guns.
They're not going for their famous meetup. Really, they just want to. They're going for it. They've decided to go for a garage rush.
Oh my god.
Omen
Yes, Sky
flashing, clearing corner,
does get a
but
pick.
Sky does get the pick. And
Will she get another?
the Omen smokes really just scares them off from continuing that push. So that gives the attacking team the member down. They push out
Sky
barrage
does get a
with
pick.
the flash.
Sage is there to
Gets
trade it.
one, but Sage does get second with the shotgun.
Get the res out while the remaining players are on C site.
This is going to be a very difficult hold, considering there is only 2 players, but there is Reyna. Reyna could pop off and snowball.
Sage
taking
gets
out
picked
their
up. Reyna
team.
is in 1v5 now. The Skyl does hit her. She's completely blinded. And the defenders take another round for themselves, ending the first half 2-10. This is going to be a very hard
Switching
half
sides.
for Team Grey, who is now attacking with an 8-round disadvantage.
Here.
Team Green is not going to do its usual meetup, but it kind of makes sense since they're now on the defender side and they're forced to split up immediately. Team Grey will be going for the classic A push, but the question is, how will they execute it?
Here.
Seems that Sage is going to split off and go to Garage, maybe try to actually get a flank going. Sky does get the pick. They're fast take site. Do they get the second? They get the second. They have site control. Turning this into a quick 5v free. They know one is flanked because we have the Cypher tripwires. Crixus does act up on it fast. Gets one. Does not get 2, but back does trade him fast. Lumix is alone in the 1v4. Let's get a pick on Kaneki. Will she get another one? I was about to say, is Loomis gonna go for the save? Because that would put his team at a strong disadvantage.
No charges left.
I am back. Sorry,
Welcome
my bad.
back. It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. Quick round, quick sweep for the attacker side. Team Grey did show themselves worthy on the pistol round.
So that means that you have now the advantage of the economy of the defending team, but they all stack up on B, which is quite cool and interesting. The attacking team is opting in for another A push.
It's going to be very good for the attacking team, as they are prepared for a B push on defense. They hear the steps on A short, so they choose to actually flank, not knowing if Sage got the info on them.
So now they're stuck in a retake scenario with those kind of weapons.
Ooh, free right out of heaven.
Last player
All of them get picked up. Bailey does get 1 kill. Lumix is set in a 1v3. Nothing but a classic against all Spectres.
Trying to play Cowboy, trying to seek someone. Someone is going to push aggressively. He thinks that someone is. So he's really just waiting for them. He peers his footsteps, he tries to jump classes them, but backed with the Bulldog does take him out.
Seconds, yeah, another round for themselves, keeping themselves in the game at a 4-10. The attackers will be playing for a bonus round, except for Sky, who will be buying.
Yeah, exactly. So the really, they've lost a couple of rounds on the attacker side, so I'm seeing that the defensive side is really lacking in for both teams, but we're yet to be proven wrong with the first full buy really coming in this round.
It seems like Team Grey is doing exactly what Team Green did in the early rounds, where they always try and destroy the double doors as soon as possible. Right now, Team Grey is going for a default, but also splitting into a C push.
But gets picked off by Omen, and Bailey gets another one. The tag team is now down to 3 members. So what is the attacking team going to do, especially with picks? And they have lost a lot of match control in the process.
Bailey is there to stop the A push.
They're trying to peek window, but they are playing far back. They know they're in advantage. They know the round is easily in their hands at this point. They're starting to lean towards an A push. They spot Bailey, but Bailey does spot them all. That's allowing the defender side to rotate quickly.
Very unlucky for Bailey to peek out just a bit too wide the moment they start peeking him. Stop the short
Look
push.
at the defenders. They rotate on. The tag team sees all these rotations,
Then
and
does
they're
get a kill.
scared. So and they're down to 2v5, looking very bad for the attacking team, and they're already rotating the C. They know what's going on.
Trim
10
is fast
seconds
to C
left.
side. Go for the plan as soon as possible. Jet is gonna dash. Will he get picked off here?
player standing.
Does get a Cypher, and then gets the Omen as well. That's a round for the defender side. A flawless round, if even.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Flawless.
That was very well played by Team Green. They got the 2 really early picks, creating a lot more pressure on the attacker side, knowing they're at a huge disadvantage in a 3v5, missing some of their most important util and entry.
Exactly.
If we're gonna talk MVPs, then I definitely no shot. Anyone but Den gets it. 26 and 4. Bailey does get the info on A site and runs off immediately. Go for the retake. They are a point from the killjoy ult, so I think Bailey's gonna try and get a pick here and then retake ult.
Turret destroyed.
They did get a pick on Dan, which is their MVP, which could be huge on that A push. They do get a second.
He does get spotted out, and smoke goes out.
Spike
Will
planted.
Bailey be able to get a pick to use his ultimate? Rocket does get one. Crix does get his camera out.
So honestly, this is looking like a very, very disadvantaged retake for the
Rocket does
defenders,
TP onto site.
but gets taken out and punished for that reckless TP. So
Seems like
what the defenders are trying to do, they're trying to pick up a couple weapons and take that and save it for the next round. Which
They
is
know they
honestly
can't
not the
do it
worst
here.
decision considering their economy situation. And they get a free pick alongside that. But that's also a high worth pick because the attacker's economy is pretty bad at the moment. Except from the free kits they have, the other two players are going to be running off some cheaper
Out
kits.
of charges.
Are you sure? Because it seems like there's a full buy for every single player. The real question is, does everyone have all of their utility? For the attackers, it's looking a lot like another A push, which it has been.
So now we've got, it looks like the attacking team's leaning towards an A push, but the two A players are playing really aggressive on that long push. But Cypher on the attacker side does get pick on Lamps on mid, which gives them the decision to push on mid.
Fact is on their backs real fast. Gets the pick on Rockhead.
Makes another reckless DP and gets punished for it. Pushes, takes it down, getting control link.
Fact, it's free. He wants the 4K.
4K secured, and that is a flawless round for the attacker side.
You know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe this would not be a clean sweep by Team Green. Ever since Crix has come back, Team Grey, they've started to do a lot more work. The defenders are forced into an eco.
It looks like we're gonna have everyone on defense. We're gonna have a kind of a default coming in. Omen pushing, peeking long, and he's pushing it short, but that might play. He might be ending up playing right into Bailey, and Bailey catches him with the judge. But the attacking designs go for a C push after getting a pick on Rawfed, knowing that C site is clear, and they do clear it. Back, creating that space for his team. Now they're gonna go for a plant, get that spike down.
I say back
So
is feeling it right
it's
now.
really a 4v4 retake.
They do have that
gonna be
killjoy,
huge.
which is gonna stop there.
Defenders decide to pop an ult to try clear everyone away from sight. And they all fall back to long for the post plant. As they have planted for long, this is still very good. Bags getting a first. Try and seek a second through the smoke. Fails.
Will he get the second pick? Gets free. Does get killed by Bailey.
By Bailey.
Last player standing.
It's now 1v3. With the Sheriff flicking over to Sage, but misses all three of his shots, and Kanki takes him out.
It's another full buy for the defenders. Another chance at them ending this game.
I feel like the attack side is really strong on this map.
Oh, honestly, it's always going to depend on the team, how they play off each other. Haven is one of those maps where it's not, you can't, snowball it, in my opinion. You need to have, the team util. Sure, the Reyna did perform outstandingly well, but...
I feel like she's doing a lot. She's losing that touch on the defense right now. Her kills have been quite stagnant, and she's still trying to take those duels and failing them. But she is doing good at keeping that pressure, pushing back off that A push, allowing them to. Now they're going to consider making a push for B.
I gotta say, Back has been feeling it. He has been performing outstandingly well the last few rounds. They get the info on Sage on site.
Spike drop.
You see the Omen as well.
The flashes are coming in. They're really hesitant about it. They're feeling the rotates coming in. Back. You see Den falling back to A site, and the pick is getting given back onto Back, which makes it a 4v4 scenario.
Nixon gets another, but gets traded back out. Back is back out, but Rawfed does kill him. Apologies.
So they're going there for an A push, finding that it's clear, and TP's into a bad
30
spot and doesn't notice Dan in heaven getting a free pick.
Sixers does push out, gets the kill on Lumps. Ruffin does ult behind him, does get hit by the Sky ult and gets picked off. Den is now in a 1v2 situation. We've seen him win these. Will he win them again?
They have the information, and he jumps and unfortunately gets taken out by Cypher. Cypher securing himself a free K that round.
Den still performing way above his other teammates. I believe what the defenders need right now is for Lumix to just step up for one round.
Yeah, like one kill each player is insane. You know, one kill can change the whole round. The defending team is really... You can see, this is the first round. Reyna is playing a lot safer. She's not peeking. Hackers are kind of leaning to a slow A push. And kind of keeping their eyes on mid and what's going on in mid. Cypher kind of lurking around, you know, waiting for something to happen. And then he's just set up for an A. It looks like they're going for an A commitment. So really,
Den
are they
is
going to
gonna
get that
rotate.
information?
Just
Yeah.
not executing from its A push. Bailey does not get a pick. Then gets one, but gets traded back. 3v5 for the defenders. 3v4, excuse me.
Yeah, free for
Spike
retake. They've walled them off on CT push.
Is there a gap? No.
He tried to squeeze through and gets taken
then he
out.
does get picked.
That timing,
Careful.
so unfortunate. He peeks again. And that
One
Sage
enemy
is doing
remaining.
really well. They're wasting their time, getting their free picks. I don't know if that wall was intentional or by accident.
I believe it was by accident. Kaneki does have a gap for himself to peek into the CT.
Honestly, I feel like that's a wall that should be kept and used.
Rafa does not know what to do. So he is forced into a save. Does not know that Lumix is actually right
He
behind him. Here he
catches
goes.
that timing. Unfortunate timing on Kaneki. But the attackers are making a huge comeback right now.
Team Green was at an entire 8-round disadvantage after the first half, but they have closed it down to a 2-round gap. Will they be able to come back before match point?
The fan team is forcing the eco. They could secure another round.
Seems like the attackers want to break double doors or even fight for it.
Here.
But the thing is, there is no presence in double doors. If they push into that and find out there's no one there, but that flash might be everything. Finds nobody, but they decide not to push it.
Team Green has taken a gamble and side 3 people on A side, but immediately rotated after no presence being shown towards A whatsoever. But here's the thing, if Team Grey capitalizes over that rotate, they will have A side free for themselves once again.
Finds Sage. Sage, fortunately positioned herself right in front of her wall as it was broken, getting taken out by Sky. Jet dashes in, clearing the space, getting the information on someone playing close. Dan gets spotted, gets stunned by the dog, allowing the attack team to
Gets
push
the
into
pick on
Sky.
Den. He is 2 picks on A side. Does get traded by the Bailey and C-Link, but gets traded back once again.
Now it's a 1v4, Jet on her own with a frenzy, playing that range, which is quite dodgy. Dashes away, knowing that he's been killed at range.
Will kind of keep the wall bang.
Goes at one stone's close, gets a dink, but ultimately at the end gets taken out by Kaneki because of the gun. Fan team on another buy round. But they must be panicking now, you know, watching the attacking team catch up so quickly. Like like a couple of minutes ago, like 10 minutes ago, 10-20 minutes ago, you know, they were 11, 10, what, 10-1?
It was 10-2.
10-2.
But it quickly turned to a 4-10. And ever since,
Dan
Den
getting
does
in
get
the
a quick
punch.
pick into window.
falls back with this missile. They try to trade, but they fail to do so. He falls right back. Playing it smart. You see, Den is now, as the tensions are rising.
Gets a pick. Knowing that Cypher is dead, that the tripwire is not there,
Attack
giving him a free flank right there. Turn this into a quick 5v3. This could be the turning point where Team Green does turn this game into a match point. Team Grey still heading towards C, knowing there's being pressure put from behind them. Problem there is, because of that pressure, they know they're not hitting A. Bailey does have the alarm bot set up right there. He does get taken out. Knows there's two there.
Yeah.
Gets taken out. Back is on site. He is feeling it right now. He will take out Lumix right here. It's another kill for Backed.
Player standing.
This guy is alone against.
Now it's a match point. So now this is where things could go either way. They keep that momentum,
Match point.
secure the win, or it turns into an overtime. And I'm actually quite keen to see how the overtime will look.
Team Grey does have the economy to keep buying for at least 2 more rounds. But the thing is, Team Green does not.
But the thing is,
If,
it's really this round. If they have to secure this round, or it's really just going to turn into an overtime. If you look at the economy,
if Team Grey gets this round, it will be a force buy for Team Green. Crixus does get the pick on Raw Fed. Back is fast out on A site. Will he get the pick on Jinx? He knows he's back there. Does get the pick. It's a quick 5v3. He does try and get into heaven. Bit greedy. Den does get the kill on him. Will Den get another one?
Smoke, trying to find something.
You will not kill my ally.
The Killjoy does pop him now off the site.
Den punishing that Sage.
Quickly turning into a 3v4.
They do
For all 3 players detained, they do not get off site.
In a
They get it's a 3v3. This is looking
The
like
eyes
a
are down.
possible round.
Player standing.
And that will be game
That'll be
for
the
Team
round.
Green.
That'll be game.
That was
That's it.
close.
That was a very close game.
Defenders win.
Incredible comeback from Team Grey after Crixus makes a comeback.
So that's it. Team Grey will be going off to face off Team Orange in Icebox in the finals.
Huge
We will
props to Team Grey. I just have to give
Yeah,
them.
that was amazing.
Incredible
I think the player
performance.
Dan, that MVP, that Dan is amazing. 33 and 10, amazing score. So now we'll have a 5-minute break just to allow the winning team to have a breather, and then we'll be going right into the finals of the intro tryouts.
Team Green against Team Orange, was it, I believe?
Yes, sir.
On Icebox. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
All right, so we have got the finals coming up. The finals between, was it Team Green?
Team Green, Team Orange. Let me just put them up on the screen.
Two monsters of teams. Both of these teams played remarkably through their matches. And I'm really excited to see the two best teams face off against each other. And like some of these players, you know, like for example, Dan, he popped off.
Both MVPs of both teams, Den and FNC Persis, they have been incredible. So the real question I have is who will perform better? Is it going to be the Reynas or is it going to be the teams in general?
Exactly. And it's gonna be an amazing match, and I want to see some overtimes. I've been that's one thing we've lacked in this one. Last one we had like 3 matches in a row. We had free. We had free. Oh my brain. Oh. free overtimes that like went like 14-16. It was mental. But I want to see an overtime. I love an overtime because that's when the intensity really builds up. Both teams really get anxiety, you know.
All right. Sorry to cut you off, but both teams are now ready. The choice of map for the final game is Icebox. So it's gonna be really interesting. How will both teams play this? Icebox is a pretty, what would you call it, decisive map. I personally never see this map go 50-50. There's barely ever a comeback. All right, teams are ready. We'll be starting the match right now.
All right,
let's get into the game.
The finals,
grand finals between
Tryouts.
2 of the strongest teams performing in the intra-team tryouts so far. On the defender side, we have Team Orange, and on the attacker side, we have Team Green.
Exactly, and the Yori picks are always coming up. You always see the Yori picks. Yeah, look at that, 5 Yoris. You love to see it. It's really straight down. You know, start of the round, just get all your boys in the opposite player spawn.
Now here's the thing, on Team Orange, it seems that Hydro and FNC have swapped roles.
That is true. That is different. I want to see how this goes. Like, the way FNC popped off last game, I expect to see him on Reyna again, but
hey, you never know.
I'm wrong.
I mean, they did put Scream on the Sage as well, so hey, for all we know, it could be the same exact performance.
True. So locks are coming in, and they're sticking with the Yuri comp. Okay,
Select
so
your agent.
Den is going to stick to that Reyna pick. Bailey isn't go back on the Killjoy. Lumix back on the Sage. Nixon on the Jet. The exact same comp.
Same comp. This is going to be interesting. Because what this is going to show, right? This is really going to show the skills. So there's no other factors. It isn't like, oh, they have a different comp or this player's better. It's really just going to all come down to team play and skill.
Team play, skill, utility usage, everything.
Exactly. I'm excited for this game.
All right. Do you think this game might enter the first overtime?
I feel like it will. Like when you see both teams have the same picks, you kind of have that feeling of they're both on the same page. If you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Which means that if they're both on the same page, that means counterplay is going to be a lot more set in stone. You know, they both know what each other is going to do to an extent. And look at what we've got on the attacker side. Seen a cluster them. Is this the conga line?
Conga line, yeah. It's gonna be an interesting one.
There.
All right.
They are gonna take this very slowly. Oh, they do actually want to follow the conga line. This is interesting. Ruffin is gonna leave the conga line.
this burst of a
Huge.
push.
Hydra does get the pick on Nixon. Then is in sight. Then not sure where to aim. Bailey gets a pick. Jet is still in sight.
Spike planted.
Get the pick on Den.
It looks
Bailey is stuck on site in the corner. Lumix does get picked off. Both Rawfed and Bailey are very low. Rawfed is alone, 1 HP.
And he
Not
gets
able to do
taken out
anything.
by FNC Purses, securing himself a free K. Halfway defused, grabs it. That is 4 ultimate points first round. That is quite a lot. You know, like if you can get the same kind of results, you know, 1, maybe 2 rounds later, that is a res, which can change. And as you know, a res can change the pace of a game. While an ultimate could make a game, you know, an uneven scenario to an even scenario, or even turn into even scenario into an uneven scenario. It is a really powerful ultimate.
Seems like the attackers are going for a force buy down mid. Hydra does go for the Vandal buy, just like FNC is going for.
They're going
Honestly,
for a force, which is quite interesting.
Not very surprised on the Vandal buy from FNC anymore. It does get early from the mid push. Full mid push.
And they have control.
Gets a
They're
pick on Bailey.
site This pretty quickly. Sage wall does go down. The mollies are preventing and delaying the plant, but they still, in the end, get the plant down. That is 2 mollies being used.
Spike planted.
Rawfed does get the pick. Den does get another kill as well. Ice-T is able to get one for himself. It's a quick 2v3 retake here. Will FNC and Ice-T be able to win this? FNC does have the Vandal.
Last player standing.
Ice-T gets picked
Bang,
off
bang,
and then gets the
another.
heal.
There's FNC on his own. He gets taken out by Rawfed. Rawfed securing himself another free K. That is now 1-1, and the defending team is now forcing eco. This was a high value force from the attackers.
This will put the defenders at a huge disadvantage buying 2 Vandals round 2. Not winning that round.
But the thing is, the defenders are going for a rush, eco rush. But one of them gets taken out, a second gets taken, and a third.
Everyone is just swiped right away. Watered down like flies. They know Omen is TPing on site. Does get picked off.
Drop down, grabbing 2 kills from a drop.
Clean sweep, flawless.
See, sometimes these really dodgy, you know, unsuspecting plays can really just catch people off guard.
For all we know, that the defense push could have worked. It's just that time right there, the attackers pushed faster than the defenders did.
Exactly. Now
Seems
they're
like
going
it's
for another A push. They're kind of like sticking to A, knowing that it worked so well the last round. They push in quickly, trying to get information. Raidna playing an off angle, playing close, playing smart. Flash comes in, and he catches.
Dan does get the win there.
Yeah.
He is fast to push to the side. Knows one right there. Does get the kill on him as well.
Takes him out, running
Kills
shot.
Ice as well.
There's 2 behind him.
Does get hit from mid, but he still lives. With 11 HP. Gets healed by Lumix. Will then get another kill here before dying. He does get away. Then is up in heaven right now. Gets the kill on Lumix.
Now he's there to trade. Tries to find the trade. He is close. He gets some damage in.
Then is forced to peek out because of spike.
Bailey, wow. That was a really well played retake from them. 2v2, just kind of waiting for them to push.
It was a 2v3.
2v3.
Apologies, I must bear back very quickly.
Okay. So we got the attackers again. They are going for a full buy. and the defenders are going for a half buy. Like, some of them are going for a full buy, some of them are going for a half. They're really splitting up their economy a lot. One player playing a Deagle, one player playing a Classic with shields, and 2 players playing Vandal with half shields, and 1 player Vandal with full shields.
Apologies for that.
No problem, no problem. So the attacking team's now going for a B push.
Get the pick on Cryo real fast. Sen is alone. Wait, Sen. Okay, Sen does hear him. Cryo does cancel. Rawfed, excuse me. They know there's one in Snowman right now.
They wall off, going for a default plan.
Lumix is stuck getting mollied off. Spots Hydro but gets picked up by Ice-T. Spike is in the open now.
Dan now pushing into underside, gets taken out by Ice-T as well. And this is looking like a round the defenders do have in the bag. Spike is out in the open. They just need to hold it because the attackers have to push up there to grab the spike.
See, the problem is the defenders might have it, but 2 of them are pretty low right now.
True.
With no heal available. Ice-T does get the pick. This is a 1v3. Raw gets 1.
One of them peeked unnecessarily. I don't think he really wanted to peek that. And he jumps and tries to get the same. Rawfed gets it, but Hydro was there, quick to trade, prepared for that scenario to come by.
It's a very unlucky round for the attackers. Ice-T is going to go for the op buy on this round, which is very strong on Icebox, and we did not see it get utilized enough on the first map, with the first time I played Icebox.
True.
Does seem like he is going to try and get a pick here on A site, but what he doesn't know is that it seems like everyone's getting ready to go heaven. Or are they?
So they're now going for A push. Really,
does with the shot.
Aggressively pushing.
They are ready for him to jump up. They do hit him quite a bit. Will they be able to get him out? Ice-T gets Lumix. He's very low now. Nixon does get picked.
Takes out Cairo. Hydro does take out Nix, and then Dan45 takes out Ice-T.
Billy,
Hydro dismisses right into Rawfed.
Unlucky peek. Rawfed is in a 1v3 situation. Gets 1. Gets 2.
This might be a clutchable scenario. The out.
Does not know where he's ulted. He cancels. Rawfed has no clue where he can be. He does get the pick.
A play off, getting a 4K free 1v free clutch by Rawfed.
Incredible play here. Lumex is struggling to perform for Team Green right now, excuse me. But I guess it's fine because they have Rawfed and Den who are absolutely carrying them right now.
Turret out.
Exactly. And their defending team is forced into Nico. 4 of them playing Sheriffs and 1 of them playing Spectre of Light Shields. They're now going to go for an A push, playing it aggressively, knowing the eco. But they do have to be careful that the Sheriffs, a lot can be done with the Sheriffs. And we have seen in previous rounds that Sheriffs are devastating.
There's a lot of pressure on the defenders right now as they are being pursued by the Killjoy ult. Hydra does try and sneak in and get a pick, but he does not get one. Icy does get surprised by Den. Gets 2.
Dan is really popping off this game. He peeks with the flash, gets a third.
Free.
He searches for the 4th. He's looking for the 4th. He knows he's mid. He gets him. He knows where he is. He's going to push up Boiler to try to secure that pick. He's waiting. But Nick takes the 4th. But that is a free kick from Dan. Dan is an amazing entry fragger. He's bringing a lot of work to his team. Just making so much space. And the feat is causing a lot of stress for the defenders. When he starts popping off, it causes a lot of fear. You know, he's coming to take you. You know, he's not hesitating on pushing.
Both Den and Rocket currently absolutely stomping on their team right now. Same goes for Ice-T and FNC on the opposing team. Let's see how this goes.
Just because they're going for primarily a B push.
FNT is looking for Omen.
out.
Rapid
He
does
gets
find
stuck.
one.
He gets the first. He
But
tries
gets
to
hit by
get
FNC.
second, fails. But he does get damage.
Hydra is stuck on site on yellow. Gets one. Can he get another one? It's not another one. Gets traded by Nixon.
3v3 scenario now. They do have site control. They do have the ability to take down the plant. But they,
You will not
There you go for the
kill
res.
my ally.
I have to fight for the res. Dude,
Last player standing.
then does
Guys,
survive, and they both
dude.
get both.
so
FNC
now
is
it's
stuck
part
inside.
of Persis on his own, trying to wait for the plant, try wallbang it. But they plan it in a spot where she can wallbang. This is a wall you like.
FNC gets one. It's not get a second one. Still, great round coming from Team Gray. Excuse me, Team Green actually.
Team Green, yes sir.
Team Gray is forced into an eco.
Yes sir, Team Green. And the economy is not looking great. And the attacking team has really found a momentum. They've secured 2 rounds back to back, or no, 3 I think. 3 rounds back to back.
Here's to see this
Forcing
Marshall.
them into 2 ecos. He pushes up aggressively.
Hits rough at one.
Bailey's nearly about to spam. Bailey spammed that smoke. He would have gotten that pick, but he does get taken out by Ice.
Oh, Icy gets a pick, but gets traded back by Den. 3v4 right now. Will Hydra be able to get one?
Then pushes up. CT gets the first,
Spike planted.
seeks the second,
Last
and he
player
finds the
standing.
second.
Third, actually. That's oh my goodness. They don't know Hydra is
God.
stuck on site, and they find him, and it's
Oh
around
man,
the attackers.
Dan is insane. He just
He just runs up in there.
aggressive. Yeah.
I didn't even have enough time to realize he's already up in heaven, already peeking CT.
Yeah, like that's. And they don't expect it at all.
I also want to say Den and both Den and Rapid. They are warmed up. They want to win this.
For real.
Say maybe putting FNC on the Sage was not the right decision.
For real. So they're now going for a mid push, mid/B.
But he does fake wall it.
Then entry fragging again.
Karga does get a pick.
Get taken out, but
He does not know there's one more mid.
Dan's gonna get some worth as the sand peaks, but gets down.
Then gets picked off. Unix and Nixon do have side control now. They do go for the plant.
Hydro, yeah.
2v4 post plant situation. Does get out safely. What will Nixon do here?
Icy's kind of trying to like try find someone with the operator. And it looks like they're gonna get the defuse. They're keeping that
enemy
Nix
pressure.
does hurt them quite a bit. Nixon will get one, gets two, gets picked up by Ice-T.
Honestly, Nix made a really good final stand there. I do respect him for that. That was a well play.
It's a good try from them, but
Not
Team
enough.
Grey does finally pull back another round.
Yes, sir.
You know, this really well could be a close game, actually.
I feel like it's gonna be a very close game. Yeah.
We might see an overtime here.
Placing swarm
They're
grenade.
they're opting in for another A push.
Ice-T does get the pick,
getting
not.
a
We get a
pick,
second.
fall back,
Whiffs the second.
peeks a second, whiffs it, but
Cover going
Okay,
out.
it's gonna smoke him out, allowing the team to push out onto site. They don't know that Hydra is stuck in the left side. They are gonna play for the killjoy ult. Will Ross see the Hydra right there? Hydra does get one. He does get out.
misses.
He will get stuck by the ult though. Will his team be able to cover him?
They can hurl.
Tryouts does sacrifice himself to get Hydra to stay alive. They do pop their own killjoy ult.
Now they have control of site. Now they really have to deal with the post-plant players.
Bailey is gonna use the nanoswarm to hold him off for
Last player
1 second
standing.
longer. Linux does get picked off. Gets a pick. on Hydro. But you know it's
And
being
then he
defused.
got a spot. They're punishing them for a bad plan and gets the defuse.
Well played by Team Grey, finding that little spot right there.
Last round before the switch.
And it's coming a close half, 5-6. So really, is either going to be a team that's going to be 7-5 or a 6-6 out. It'll be really interesting to see this be a 6-6.
It very well might be. Although I do gotta say, Team Grey does have a bit of a weaker buy here, having 2 players on light armor.
For real.
Let's see how Sen manages to hold B-side on his own. They know they're stepping in towards B from the rained flash. They're fast to rotate off A side. He gets a pick on Rawfed. Clean one tap.
But looks
They
for
know-
second, tries to get second.
He knows there's 2 that cross to yellow. What will FNC do here?
You will not
Mix does go for the res.
Off the revive. He knows where he got revived. Gets a bit of damage in there.
Hydra does get a pick. Can FNC get one himself? Oh, Ice-T is on the flank. Gets 1. Gets 2.
Gets second. He seeks the third.
Gets
He
free.
gets the
B.
third.
One
And
enemy
FNC
remaining.
finishes off. We end the first half 6-6.
This is mad. I am seeing an
sides.
overtime happening here.
This could quickly very well turn into an overtime. This is very interesting to see.
But again, we'll have to see a couple rounds. You never know. One team might just be better on the attack, or the other team might just be a lot better on the defense. You'll really have to see.
They have a double duelist on A side, just like they played, just like Team Grey played, excuse me. But they're going for double B hold, with Omen and Killjoy holding B, and Sage just blowing off tube.
We'll have to see how this goes. Like, the rotates from B are going to be quite long. They'll probably be better to flank with the speed of those rotates.
Problem with the flank is the Killjoy turret. It gives away their position.
Exactly. But again,
They
it's
trade a bit
more
of
just a
damage.
fast approach.
They are fast
They
in there.
try
The
to
spot then is
They
stuck.
find
Gets picked off.
on
Ice-T is
Dan.
hurt. Nixon gets 1.
A trade comes in by Nix. They
Sen
all
picks him
keep
off.
Nix. Rawfed pushes in, going up
Spike
the road.
planted.
Ice-T stuck
Whips.
on top
Lumix
of
does get
the
1.
Player standing.
Ice-T gets the other. Bailey is alone now. In the 1v3. Gets 1.
Use the turret to gather information. They fall back. He creates space at turret, which is good utilization.
Gets 1.
He gets 1. He
He doesn't know Bailey's low, but they're both low. This could end in any way whatsoever. Will he go for a jump right click here? He whips it.
Unfortunate Bailey.
FNC wins the round. Granting what I believe is Team Grey's first lead.
Yes, sir.
No, actually, this is their second lead. Apologies.
So what's going to go on here is that the defending team is now going to go for an eco, and the attacking team, of course, is going to go for a force.
What's surprising for me is they're not stacking any site. They're going for their hold like they did just last time.
I've never really been a fan of that with classics, but you never know. Might turn out for the best. They might get the luck they need.
Then is going to hold a very close angle. Might be able to get a pick and be able to dismiss out just in time. Gets a
But
pick.
does get that
Will he
pick.
get dismissed?
Dismisses out.
Gets chased by
Fall back of his
Ice-T.
team, gets taken out by Ice-T.
Gets 2. Will he get the third one? Does not get the third one. Nixon does kill him. Bailey is on site. 2v3 right now.
Planted.
Will the defenders be able to do anything here? He knows it's walled off. He can't go there. Rawfed is back.
Bailey pushing in first. He could find one on the Omen, but Sen peeks him at the worst timing.
Unlucky for Team Grey. No,
The
excuse me, Team
attackers
Green.
played that really well. They played really close, ready to trade each other if need be. They were really prepared to not forfeit that round.
What's nice to see is Ice-T is performing on par with Den and Rawfed.
Ice-T is honestly, I can even, he is probably the best Jet I've seen so far in this tournament so far.
For sure. He is one of the few people that has actually tried to utilize the operator a lot more as the Jet.
Exactly, and he clears a lot of space. So you'll see him on mid here. You'll grab the space, and popping his ult.
Looks he's gonna rotate to B because they are showing a lot of presence towards B. They do not know of the presence on mid until now. Seems like they are gonna try and get into kitchen. However, it is walled off. Then is still trying to hold mid. They did get the pick on B and they are slowly pushing it up. Ice-T does get picked by Bailey.
Not come in. Blums does get one. Bailey does get. So now it's coming into a 3v4.
Bailey does lose Spike in mid,
Down mid.
giving a huge advantage to the defenders.
Defenders see them all rotating towards mid. They're not gonna make this easy for the attackers to reclaim this spike. Bailey holding under tube. Then flashing. Keeping the pressure, they peek together. So it's really a 2v2 skirmish kind of going on here. Bailey retreats up the kitchen, knowing it's not worth it.
Right, those get picked up, and Nigel also gets picked up.
Nick's playing that angle. This is so gonna go into overtime.
Absolutely. If they keep trading rounds like this could very well last. It might be close. It could just end at a 13-11.
Exactly.
It's all going to depend on the little rounds in between. Who wins the ecos, who wins the force buys, all of that. It's looking a lot like an A push. So let's see what Team Grey has on their mind today.
Team Green.
Team Green is Den. And those guys. I'm talking about the attackers. It's a Team Grey.
Oh, my bad. I'm
They do get the pick pretty early on Den. FNC gets another pick as well. Lumix does get trade on one. FNC does trade back. Ruffin gets two. It's a 2v2. Ruffin is forced to get off site. Don't know about the one flank.
Last player standing.
Sen is in a 1v2 now. They do not know where he is.
He comes on the ropes.
Sen does get the pick. Ruffin trades him back. Another round for the defenders.
8v8. Oh my god.
Is diffused.
What's next? The attackers win 2 more rounds, and then the defenders win 2 rounds?
Oh dear, who knows? All we know is that the attackers are put into eco and they're using that to... They're gonna half buy.
Will it be another A-side push on the Sheriff Spectre buy? So far, it's looking a lot like that.
Thing is, Dan and Nixon's hold on A is really good. They can delay the time as duelists for the team to rotate, which is quite impressive.
No one's going heaven. Let's see. Ben does hear them pushing in.
As information, you see that the Sage is already rotating to support them, back them up.
Nixon spots one. Then is forced to fall back. Does get picked off by Ice-T. Nixon is jumped down as well. Does not know where to look. Gets sandwiched. The Cryo gets a pick on him. They get the spike down as soon as possible. They get a really spike here. This could be very good for the attacking team.
A massive eco. Massive eco. Hydro is now playing top site with a Vandal. Falls back. 2 people are now on the main, and another one's rotating for mid. It's really not going to take that risk on the flank.
Bailey does have his open, but they do not go for this. They choose to save this round.
No, and I understand that decision, and I respect the decision, and it's a smart decision, considering the scenario they're in.
I don't know. They had everyone with they were all together. They could have gone for that Killjoy ult, but they will be able to pick off 1 or 2 right here if they choose to peek out.
That's their plan here.
A little firing range. FNC gets 1. Lumix gets a whole free. That's it. That's 2 for free. Honestly, that's very well played by the defenders there. They do get enough picks there. Not enough, however. Excuse me. No, they did get enough to ruin their economy, didn't they? No. I'm looking wrong. Because of that, they had 3 players alive, and only 1 lived to tell the tale, obviously. Only Lumix gets to have a gun.
Here.
Was it really worth it in the long run?
Don't think so, to be honest. An attacker's now on a full buy. They could secure another round, making it penny.
Hydra is putting a lot of pressure on B.
Presence. Purse is getting a pick on Den. Den getting aggressive again, getting punished for it. But two of them are on A, and they're gonna find that A is clear.
They're fast to rotate off B because there's no pressure being shown on A whatsoever.
They called the team over, and now the defending team's gonna regret leaving A because they found it. They did not.
He does find Rawfed really early, gets the pick on him. There's none of this one heaven at the moment. It's gonna be huge for Nixon. Nixon only has a frenzy, can't hit much more. Loomis does get the pick on Ice-T. Smoke goes with the worst possible time. FNC gets another one. Will Bailey be able to find the last player? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Sten.
I think his plan here is probably going to be try get some picks on exits once again. But they are pushing through mid, which you will not expect. You see, he gets spotted and he's taken out.
Huge round with the attack side. And a terrible misplay by the defenders. Again, the defenders not having a full buy on the whole team. Nixon forced to buy a Spectre.
Exactly, this is looking very grim for the defending team right now. I think the attacking team is really finding a groove for the attacker side. They're going for an A push, yeah.
Lumix is putting pressure.
On top of the screen, he peeks. Gets spotted by Ice-T. The info is there. He re-peeks.
Gets picked up by Jen.
Yep.
And then does escape. Bailey does find a pick on B as well. And the attacker's now in a 3v5. They know that Den is hurt because he dismissed.
He gets healed by Sage.
Hydra does get a pick. Jumps down. He ults at the worst possible timing. Nixon does get out. Rawfed. So no, excuse me. Cryo does not find the trade. Sen is trying to get Spike down. Bit of a struggle as they do not have much control over site. They know one's backside right now.
He flashes, tries to push, gets one. Nearly gets traded out. He's now to 1v3 and the positioning is just placed against him.
It's happening again. Will Team Green get another round to tie it up once again? Seems like the attackers are going for a B push here. They want the Jet to dash up onto green. Let's see how this goes.
It looks like the attacking team is now opting for a B push. They still got an economy. And right off the bat, Jet jumps off, trying to get in a different angle, off angle, playing that.
Defenders are given a very early info. Rawfed does get picked up by FNC. Lumix is in kitchen. They do see him, but they are not able to pick him up.
They wall off.
Cryo is fast into Snowman. Gets picked up by Nixon. Sen wants to get that spike down, but there's a gap.
They're kind of waiting for someone to overpeak, especially in a 3v4
They know someone's flanked.
If they can get a pick on Dan, that would be huge for the attackers. And
they lower him a lot.
He falls back, yeah.
He is still fighting for it. Let's see. Ice-T, will he get the pick here? I'm afraid not.
He decides to fall back. He's really trying to keep that pressure.
FNC does get the pick.
And he gets another. He might get the third. He's going to get the third. The pressure. There's so much pressure on Persis right now. He does take out Dan.
No, he has to get Spike and he has to get out of there as soon as he will get out. I'm pretty sure. He does get out. Does survive. Bailey is hunting him down. Nixon is holding mid in case he chooses to come back, which is a very smart play.
He does. He makes a lot of noise, so
he is forced to run in.
It's true. He has to go.
10 seconds left.
Now or nothing. He is in a good position for a plant, though.
Ooh.
He is deciding to take the damage. Holds.
Oh, that's unlucky for me.
Bailey had all the information that Persis did not have. which is now making it a 10-10. Oh my god.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my inventions.
Just like I mentioned, it's another tie. Will the attackers find 2 rounds for themselves now, putting match point only for the defenders to come back and go into overtime?
Really getting intense now. Ooh, me.
Economy for Team Grey is looking a bit scarce now.
Turn out.
So they are definitely going to need to get a couple rounds here. And it's looking a lot like an A push.
So they're going for Heaven and one person playing Heaven. Hurst is playing, trying to get those aim duels. Then suspecting someone to be there, and he sees him. He gets a whiff of him.
Will they pick up Den right here? Den is moving very closely. He gets 1, gets 2.
Gets 1, gets 2. Dismisses out, getting for 2 free picks.
Hydra is slowly pushing up, but he's too scared to go in alone. FNC is trying to hold, go for a pick. Hydra does get 1. He does dismiss out. Dan picks him off. FNC gets Den. Cryo gets a pick as well. They have B site. But do they know that? No. FNC is still fighting A. They have rotated most of their... Hydra it's 2v2, excuse me.
So I feel like they're going for an A, considering, yeah, they got the...
You get the res on Hydro.
So it's really down to Nyx to really make something happen.
Rocket is forced to rotate. Nixon is one alone on site. He's
Tries to
very
fall
low.
back.
30 seconds left.
Does dash up.
Oh.
Will get picked up. Hydra does get him.
The Hydro sees it coming. So now it's a 1v2. Rocket does hear him.
Oh, what was
He
that?
win.
Hydro.
No.
What was
Rocket.
that?
Unlucky play for the Omen. But this is 11-10. 2 more rounds and one team could have won. But if the enemy team does get 2 wins, and you could be forced into overtime so easily, really one team really just has to pick it up and really just go above and beyond for next 2 or 3 rounds.
They are going for their A site stack, which could really hurt Bailey here. Solo holding B. Turret does spot. Lumix and Rocket are quick to rotate as soon as possible. They are showing presence on A side, so they don't know what to do anymore. They don't know where Spike is. They... SD is still to move up. Then does get the pick. They're gonna take A site
You should run.
completely for free here.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge.
That was a great split push.
And
Nice
now
team.
look at Nyx is gonna be on his own. He's really gonna have to wait for his team to rotate. And a play needs to be made this round, because if no play is gonna be made, there's not gonna be.
Hydra and FNC pushing down mid, just running it down. Get the pick on Lumix. Nixon is in a 1v5 situation. They know
Really
he
need
was
to
seen
find this
having
1v1.
picks off Nix FNC.
He
Will
suspects Hydro. He suspects Hydro. He might look away at the wrong time, but he sees him. Hydro falls back. He's not risking. But the time is ticking, so he's now going to go for Hydro. He's going to try find another pick.
Hydra
tries
wants
to
this
bait
kill.
him
He
out.
gets the kill. And they all survive.
Match
And it's
point.
match point for Team... one sec. Team Grey. But will this streak continue? Will the defenders find 2 rounds for themselves, turning it into a match point? Excuse me, overtime.
They have to really go above and beyond to really stop the attacking team from securing the game.
They are on a force buy, so this could end very badly for Team Green. The one time they don't stack pre-players on A, they go A site. Then gets picked up fast. Lumix is fast to
Trades
trade
are
him though.
coming in. She trades are coming in right off the bat. Glum's pushing in, trying to seek a pick. Falls back. The present.
Nixon does get a kill.
On Pyro, yeah.
He is stuck in backside right now, not knowing where to go. Lemix does not spot FNC yet. Ice-T is up. Gets a pick on Rawfed.
It's a 3v3. Persis really pushing aggressively. Finds one.
Gets two.
Finds a second. Spots the
Will
first.
he get Nixon as well?
Information is there.
1v3 for Nixon. This could be the very end of this match.
And he gets fined.
Nixon gets two!
Oh my god! Pops his ult. This is a 1v1 scenario. Nix versus Sen. This could be the end. This is all down to Sen. The secured game versus team. Pressure's on. He baits a defuse, but then the Molotovs come in. He's playing that post plant, the Molotovs. Now, Sen is peeking, trying to spam him. He blazed a little bit more. Now the
Sen needs to
defuse
fight.
is
Sen needs
really
to fight
good.
it.
Yeah, he's going to commit. He has a kill.
He whips.
And he comes in clutch.
That's
Oh my
insane.
God.
I thought this was game over already.
What a clutch by Nix. Just luck came in. That unfortunate play from Persis, dropping down and having to reload.
Incredible performance from both teams. This is very close.
So if the defending team wins one more round, they could really pull themselves back into the game.
They're going for another A side push, and they're not holding a triple hold on A once again. Team Green is forced into their force buy, so this once again this could be it. Dan gets a pick, does not dismiss
Again,
out.
right off the bat, trades just coming in. Hydro entry fragging, popping
Nixon gets picked off.
Empress.
Spots the stage. Ice-T gets the stage. It's 4v2 now. Rawfed does get picked off by Hydro.
It's a 1v4.
It
Bailey
is
on his
alone.
own with the judge.
He gets the kill.
Catches one.
1v3.
He hears the.
He's a cancel.
He does not see. He does not suspect where the Ice-T be playing, and it will be his demise.
This will be
He
it.
waves. The Molly's coming. Ice-T dropping down with a right-click classic.
Was that supposed to be a fight?
Well played.
That is GG for the grand finals. Our winner. Holy crap! Our winners are Team Gray. No. Yes. Excuse me.
Team Green.
Is it Team Green? FNC Persis. No. FNC is Team Gray, I believe. No.
No,
Am I hallucinating right now?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm so unsure right now.
Now you're making me unsure.
Oh, it's Team Orange. It's Green and Orange. Sorry, Green. It's Team Orange that wins. I was always saying Gray. I was certain they were Team Gray,
My goodness.
but no, it's Team Orange.
Yeah, Team Orange. Team Orange is my bad. Sorry.
Both of us are just
Holy crap.
completely out of it right
But
now.
GG. That we had some amazing plays. That was a close game, and you had the right call there. 13-11. Well played.
It's very close. It almost ended in overtime, which would have been very interesting to see. We have not had a single overtime in this game.
Yeah, the rounds were very distinct, but that was the closest game we've had.
That's insane.
But anyway, the winners of this is going to be Team Green.
Green
No,
is
orange.
Nixon.
Oh.
Is it Green Nixon?
Orange. No, Team Orange is one. Okay, we're getting mixed up.
Okay.
Anyway, so Team Orange won the tournament, and they played extremely well, just working those trades. The last round was definitely an amazing push. They got the picks, and that was an amazing clutch by Nyx from Team Green. So both of them, Team Green did have some valid players, but Team Orange did definitely just come out on top at the end there, and they really went above and beyond just to get that extra round to really win.
Apathy Purse is just absolutely shredding it. Even though he's not playing his last stage in his Reina, as a stage, he's still able to do work. And on top of that, Ice-T, absolutely insane Jet. He's just creating all the space he needs. He just gets everything for his team done.
So, well, for now that the tournament is ended, of course, the main reason people are participating in this tournament is to get a place on Intro's EU roster. And those results will be revealed by the end of this weekend. So keep informed, keep an eye on the chats, keep an eye on the announcements, because the winners will be selected to be on Intro's team.
Well, isn't it not the winners? It's more specifically the performance of individual players.
Yeah, and I meant like the winners will be selected.
Yeah,
The winners selected players. That's what I meant. I mean, if it was the winners, I think it'd just be the winners are already selected. I don't think we'd wait until the end of the weekend to find out. Oh, orange one.
Yeah, orange one. Yeah.
Orange one. Yeah, it took us.
Give us a second, guys. We need to think a bit.
Yeah, we need to think about like 13 and 11. I don't know. I felt like one team could have.
Is it lazy? Who won the finals? It's like you gotta wait. You gotta think a bit. But yeah, no, in the long run, GG's, well played to every team that participated. Yeah. It was an intense run. Absolutely astonishing. Insane comebacks. Just crazy clutches.
Yes, sir. Anyway. Oh, go ahead.
It's been insane. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah. So that'll be all of us today. And before we go, of course, say what you need in chat. Like, what did you think? I'd like opinions. And what do you think? Maybe choose a community MVP. How about that?
An MVP
who do you
across
think
all
was
games.
The MVP? Cast your votes. Type a name in chat on who you felt was the MVP.
Like we need to mention some names because we have had some insane players. Like we've had. Let's see.
I'll make a selection on what I thought was Dan was definitely a really amazing player. He really created that space, and he was really aggressive. And the aggressive risks he was taking was making that it was huge, and it really gave the picks the team needed to really secure sites. And he did his job. He created space. He created more than enough space, clearing into CT some rounds on the attacker on Icebox. And we have had Ice-T was another one I really saw that really stood out. Was because of his ability to clear spaces jet, and also the way he held with operators. Operator plays this really well, as well as Persis. Persis really was consistent throughout the whole game. His Sage play was really good, but really I feel like he stood out as a Reyna player. His Reyna plays were just insane.
Absolutely crushed it. The whole tournament just shocked everyone pretty much. It was very unlucky for Team Grey to lose a player for most of their main match. But
yeah, that was...
in the long run, they really ended up performing that game.
Yes, sir. So the community so far, the name I've seen most is Persis. Rawfed. Oh yeah, we need to mention Rawfed. Him as a controller. He was amazing. The one play I saw may not have succeeded very well, but it was really good. And what I saw was he TP'd CT a lot, and he'd TP in his spot. You get the information, and when he committed, he got a pick right in CT when they didn't expect it. Cause they were just saying, "Oh yeah, he'll fake it," and then they come in, take him out. It was amazing.
It's been crazy. It's been a great run.
It was great. There was amazing players. There's definitely a few players that stood out, and I feel like some of these players will have an amazing chance. High chances of getting into the team.
One thing we do need to mention is that these tryouts, they are monthly. So if you want to try out for the Intra team, you can come back next month and play these matches right here with other players. You can prove yourself. You can prove your worth for Intro.
Maybe, yeah, there's just, yeah. There's some really good players. CNO.
Performed really well in the first game from CNO. Hey, gotta give yourself a little pat on the back. You guys played well. You guys had a great game as well.
Yeah, it was amazing games. Yeah, those three, those were three amazing players. Dan, Ice-T, and Rawfed. Those are ones that stood out most to me. They were in top three.
My Omen was bad, but I almost had to hey, Cry, you even though you say your Omen was bad, you performed pretty well for not being an Omen main.
Yeah. So this next 2 weeks from now, 19th of January,
January.
there will be. Oh, what 19th Jan?
I think
January OCE
June.
Tryouts.
I think 19th of June there will be.
Yeah, I'm just reading what I'm just reading off what the organizers are saying.
January. got a bit of a long time to go for that.
Yeah, but yeah, there will be the Oceanic Tryouts coming in at 19th of June, and those will be happening. More information will be released, and I feel like those are going to be just as interesting. And considering, it'll be quite interesting because a lot of these Oceanic players, as EU players, will not know, and I feel like it'll be really interesting. So it won't be like a lot of, oh, I know what he's like, I know how he's going to play. There's going to be a lot of new players coming into the grounds, and it's going to be really, really, really interesting to see.
I have to agree with Yari in chat. I agree. I was a great Yori. Absolutely cracked it.
Yeah. But anyway, that will be us for today. We had some amazing games, and honestly, I commend all the players that have played. If we have any suggestions for our performance, for the way stream layout is, any suggestions for us, there is a channel in our Discord server, which if you're not in it already, it is in the description of our Twitch channel. And if you have any, there is a channel for it. And if you just want to join the community or even take part in the next Tryouts a month from now, join the Discord and just keep updated with the announcement. My name is Lazy, and this here's Eli.
Thank you.
See you another time.
See you guys. Peace out. Have a good one, fellas.